Hello, Pamela.
All right, we're all good.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Community Board for Chelsea Land Use Committee meeting. My name is Betty McIntosh. Paul Devon and I are co-chairs of this committee, which usually meets monthly. This is our January meeting. As per the governor's order, we have been meeting remotely. This meeting is being recorded and is currently live streaming on YouTube. It will be accessible later. The agenda for tonight is public and can be viewed on the Community Board 4 website. I encourage you to sign up for eBlast to get the agenda in the future. If this is your first time at a Community Board 4 meeting, there are 3 things to know about the process. First, after each presentation, the committee will ask questions to the presenter. Then members of the public, attendees, can ask questions or make a comment. Subsequently, the discussion goes back to the committee. On some agenda items, committee members may next vote to make a recommendation, which usually results in a letter to for the full board to vote on. If you want to make a comment or a question after a presentation and after the committee has spoken, you must press the raised hand button on your screen, usually on the bottom right. If you're calling in, use *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. If you have any questions right now, please share them with your hand raised. Paul, are you going to guide some introductions of committee members?
Thanks, Betty. Yeah, I'll just run through. Everybody can please unmute and just say hello so people know who you are. So David.
I'm Dave Holoka.
Tweed.
Tweed fan member, good evening.
Bert.
Hi, Bert Lasner. Hi, everyone.
Hector.
Hi, I'm Hector Vasquez. Nice to meet you.
Marty.
Good evening, Marty DeCat. Happy New Year, everybody. Stay healthy.
Peggy.
Sorry about that. Peggy Co, good evening.
Hi, Peggy. Carrie.
Hi, I'm Carrie Keenan.
Mike.
I'm Mike Noble.
Tina.
Hi, Di Felicia Antonio. Tina is my first name.
Lowell. Lowell, you muted.
Well, you just said my name, so.
That's me.
Darren.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Darren. Mike. Mike Noble, you with us?
Oh, yeah, I already spoke up.
Hey, Mike.
Hi.
Brad Pescarella.
Good evening, Brad Pascarella. Thanks, guys.
Hey, Brad. And our public member, Pam.
Pamela Wolf.
Great. Thanks, everybody. We have a nice full agenda today of landmarks preservation issues. The first issue I'll be kind of taking the lead on, then I'll turn it back over to Betty for the second item, and then I will take the lead on the third item. So to get us underway, we're going to start with an application for 442 West 22nd Street. It's a rear yard change. Many of you are familiar with 442 West 22nd Street. We had previously approved other certificate of appropriate issues at that building, and this is a revision to the rear wall. So I'd like to introduce Antonio, and you can introduce your team and begin your presentation.
Hello, everyone. My name is Antonio Geronzo, and I want to start by thanking you. For your time. I am the architect, the new architect on this project. Our clients purchased the building from a developer. These clients are a family of 4, 2 children, 2 small children. They intend to make this townhouse their new, hopefully, lifetime residence. As Paul already said, we are presenting you an amendment to the rear facade. In fact, no changes are requested at this time for the front facade, which will remain as approved in all its elements. I will share my screen so that we can start. I am assuming that you can all see a blue screen right now, yes?
Yes.
Fantastic. All right. So the overall scope of work is the full renovation of the townhouse at 442 West 22nd Street. The previous owner had already fully gutted the property, and left it with simply the sprinkler system in place and in working order as it would be required by code. We are taking over from the current state of the affairs and proposing to create a one-family residence with an enlarged basement, a first floor, second, third, and a vertical extension and a rear extension. As mentioned, the front facade will not be proposed to be amended, whereas we are proposing to amend the rear facade. What you see on the screen right now is at the very left, the project is currently approved and as previously proposed by the old owners via their architect. At center and at the far right, you can see the new proposed rear facade, which is the result of a dialogue with the land use committee at CB4, and it includes and it originated from a study of the basic elements of townhouses in terms of their scale, their materials, their presence on the street, etc. And so, starting with the brick material, we used the very language of the brackets and the corbels and the decorations of the windows as a full structurally formal matrix for the project. And so the very decorations and the architrave of the windows have become the basis for this design. The facade is organized on a triptych, and so you have 3 windows on the transversal dimension, and then you can read the setback at the top 2 floors, which we have pushed back per suggestion and advice from the committee with which we have shared this design before tonight. And we are also proposing 2 canopies, one at the basement level, which will be simply to shelter from the elements, and the same we are proposing at the very top, at the roof terrace, which you can see here on both renderings. These are supported. These are simply metal canopies supported by metal brackets, which you can actually see here in the renderings. And the next slide shows at left the proposed facade, at right the current, the existing conditions of the rear elevation. And so we we can likely read even better here the matrix of the project as I described it before, and so the triptych of the windows and the vertical elements of the flues of the chimneys, which have become a formal way to organize the facade. This is a typical diagram showing compliance with the invisibility of the addition to any corner of a major thoroughfare. Here we are showing in purple the outline of the project as it is currently approved and as it was previously presented by the previous owner and architect. And the green line is the building next door at east, with which we are aligning our rear facade. As mentioned, we have pushed by approximately 1 foot this setback towards the front, and we have also changed the direction, the opening direction of the windows. Again, this is the same diagram from the other side. The purple line shows the currently approved project, and obviously the drawing shows what we are proposing. These are floor plans. I want to point out a reference again to the alignment with the building next door at east. The green line shows the alignment, whereas the purple line shows the previously approved project. Same here. These are first floor and second floor plans. First floor shows the purple line as it was previously approved, whereas we are behind it and behind the next door building. I mean, aligned with the next door building. This is the setback portion. We have a deeper terrace now. I'm referencing the third floor plan. And we also are showing the fourth floor plan with the usual purple line showing our proposed rear elevation relatively to the previously approved rear elevation. These are the bulkhead and canopy plan and the roof plan. And that is all I have. I'm going to go back to a rendering page, and I'm happy to hear your comments and answer your questions. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Antonio. And as a reminder, everybody, we'll first start with committee questions about the applicant's presentation, followed by public questions, then return back to committee for discussion on what action the committee would like to take. And Antonio, I also want to point out, Antonio mentioned at the beginning of his presentation, there was some feedback from the committee. And I just want to clarify that that wasn't feedback from the committee, but rather a few of us met in advance of this meeting with Antonio to discuss this presentation and look at how it would be presented to the group. And I will add that this is actually the second iteration. Antonio's first presentation to us encroached into the donut hole significantly greater than the previously approved application and greater than this committee would typically have endorsed. So he went back to the drawing board and has come back with this proposal. Antonio, in our earlier conversations, we also made note of a few items that I was hoping you'd address today in this presentation. One is the safety rail at the top of the staircase at the roof, and how high that would be and whether or not that has an impact on sightline. The addition of mechanicals at the roof, and if that also would have an impact on sightlines. And there was numerous conversation about if there was any ability to push back any further on that third floor, and if there was any consideration to the redesign of the top floor canopy. So can you address those 5 items for me really quickly?
Yes. So we did add the railing at the that would be the result of this internal stairwell. It's not very visible, but we added a railing on this side, whereas the glass railing on the other sides was already present. This basically would be a motorized hatch, which would be hinged here and therefore give access to the top roof. There is no impact on sight lines by this further glass railing. In fact, this would be even more visible if it were visible at all. As far as the mechanicals, we intend to use a Vrv system, which is just a fancier way to reference variable. These are basically Mitsubishi units, but instead of being visible inside the rooms, they will be ducted, but the system is basically the same. So this is to say that their visibility and their volume is very, very, they're very low, and so not visible at all from the street, and they will be placed off the one side of the building. And then we pushed the setback by approximately 1 foot, but we are open. Obviously, we are here to receive your comments and to hear whether it's sufficient or you find that an even further setback would be opportune or required. And I believe I covered everything, Paul, or?
The rooftop canopy.
The rooftop canopy, the original proposal was to have the canopy protruding toward the rear yard in some quantity, not only on this side. So in that sense, we already reduced its profile, but also in functional terms, we see this canopy as being as making the top roof terrace usable and again functional. And so that is why we are proposing in purely architectural terms. We believe that this projection towards the sky makes the scale of the building more proper, and it sort of takes the groundedness of the building to a lighter scale. And those are our considerations for that canopy.
Thank you, Antonio. Open it up for the committee. If any committee members have questions or please raise your hand. I see Viren.
Yes, can I go?
Yes, go ahead, Viren.
Okay. So I'm going to reiterate the question that Paul sort of framed this whole conversation with. Canopy has been one of our concerns, but the new question that's come to mind, you have on the upper floors and even lower floors, the windows at the ends sort of turning the corner, which basically kind of technically amounts to being lot line windows. Do you have any agreements with the neighbors to be able to do that? Because DOB is going to flag it.
I have to disagree with you. These are not lot line windows, because what you see there is an opaque portion of a window, and it's basically a piece of steel. So these are not lot line windows, and I need no agreement with the neighbors.
Oh, I understand now, because I thought they were not opaque. They're opaque, then it's totally fine.
Yes. Yes.
The other question is, I think your setback, if you go back to your site plan, you said the building is coming out from the original proposal approved. No, go back to the other one. Go back to the section. Yes, from the purple line, you said it's only 1 foot protruding out compared to the previous approval.
No. I simply said that responding to our previous meetings, we set this back another foot.
Oh, I understand. Okay. All right. Thanks for clarifying that. And now I'm going to go back to the issue of the canopy. And that's been something that sort of, is kind of bothering us in terms of the profile and how it actually changes the sort of view of the sky. And when we met sort of for a kind of debriefing session last week, we mentioned potentially for you to explore glass as material, some sort of other material that makes it less, the edge becomes much softer. Are you willing to sort of have that conversation amongst your own team? Or is this a sort of final place where we have to sort of either approve or not approve it? So that's number one question. And the second sort of related question is, would it help to move the canopy further back and not have it, because you said you actually have a roof hatch which covers your spiral staircase. So this canopy is actually not providing any protection for your spiral stairs going up to the roof. Am I correct in reading it that way?
So answering the first question, we actually looked at the glass canopy and we found that the profile of the canopy would actually be thicker, the details far more complex, and the profile of the canopy far more visible. And not to mention that the canopy would actually appear dirty most of the time. And so that was our conclusion, and we're, and I'm ready to further exchange views on this. We thought that a metal canopy would actually be, and the renderings in a way clarify what I'm saying, would actually be the lowest, slimmest profile. If we were to go, again, with structural glass, it would have to be not only tempered, but also laminated by code. And this glass would have to come in panels, and these panels would have to be supported in multiple points as opposed to just 2 points, as this canopy is supported. As for the second question, the spiral staircase has a motorized hatch. In other words, one pushes a button, this hatch opens, and as if it weren't, and it would be as if it weren't there. As I was mentioning in other conversations we've had, the owners of this townhouse are, aside from the fact that they're working in many different businesses, they also work very frequently from home, and they have asked for separate areas both inside and outside the townhouse to sort of have personal space, and that is the reason why the canopy is there. The roof terrace will be best utilized with some provided shade.
Great, thank you. Varen, is that good? You done?
Well, it still doesn't sort of answer the whole question. I completely understand the requirements for structural glass canopy. You could actually even use glass brackets, and there's a way. If there's a will, there's a way to sort of make it happen. That's what I would state, and you know this better than I do, Antonio, that you could actually go totally structural. But this is something that is actually sounds like more. I mean, you've done such a lot of work to start with in terms of revising from the original proposal that you had. You really have toned it down quite a lot, and you've come more than halfway to meet the community's expectations. So I really appreciate that. And I forgot to thank you for that. But that totally is, the compliments are in place for that. And I would tend to say that maybe this is something that you do not want to make a kind of a big issue, because it's something that probably can be resolved through design. So, appreciate anything you can do to think it through. That's all I would say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Varen. I don't see any other hands up from the committee, so I'm going to look at the participants, the public. Are there? Oh, Pam, do you want to? Whose hand did I just see go up? Pamela, go ahead.
Just trying to make the hand go up and stay there. Just very quickly, I was interested in the third floor in the little balconette. I asked the same question once before. It is now how deep front to back?
I believe it's about 6 feet. It used to be 4'2". Maybe it's about
So you-
5.5 feet.
So you have made it into a much more functioning space
Well,
there, and
we have actually reversed the, let me show you actually. We have reversed the direction of opening of the door.
I thought you might.
Yes, that was great advice. And then, and then we have made it, well, they didn't change the dimension. And so I will speak internally about this, but it's a little over 5 feet now. It used to be a little over 4 feet.
Okay, so it picked up enough room to have a couple of chairs and a table and a couple of planters and things to make it a functioning space, something usable.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, but that's all I had. Thanks.
Thank you, Pamela.
All right. I don't see any other hands up from the attendees list. So I'll come back to committee. And hold on, I just saw a hand go up on the attendees. Michael Minnick has put his hand up. Jesse, can you move him over, please?
Paul, Betty has raised her hand.
Who raised their hand?
Betty.
Oh, Betty. No,
Well,
Betty.
okay, you know what? Why don't you have the attendees say what they want to say and then come back to me?
Okay. So we'll move Michael Minnick over.
I'm working on it. Michael, you have to approve it when I bring you over. There we go. Got it. He's coming.
Great. Michael, if you would mind introducing yourself, if you have the ability to turn your camera on, would appreciate seeing you. You'll also need to unmute so you can speak, but you're now free to go.
Okay, I have not a question about what has been stated so far.
Excuse me, sorry, sir. Can you introduce yourself and tell us who you are?
Yes, sorry.
Thank you.
My name is Michael Minnick. I am the building owner at 440 West 22nd Street, which is immediately adjacent to this project. I have been the building owner to, I have been the building owner here since 1993. Going in. And anyway, so all I want to do is make a statement about a number of things, but they're not pertaining to any of this right now that you went over. So I'd like to, I don't know if this is the time to do it, or is there another time in this process?
Well, we would appreciate hearing if it's connected to this application. That would be really helpful. If you have commentary on other issues, I suggest you maybe email our district manager, and then let's see if we can't have a topic on your points at another time.
Well, what I'm saying, or trying to say anyway, is that it has to do with the construction. It has to do with not the specifics of the revised plan tonight. It has to do more with the overall construction, starting with the difficulties that I have written Antonio about regarding the water level, which is very unusual, a very low cellar that I have, a lot of basic construction situations that, I have written to him about, and my attorney has written to him about, and we've had no response about any of these, directly. My attorney has received nothing, and I have received nothing other than to be told that I don't know what I'm talking about. So, because, I'm hopelessly out of date. And of course I am hopelessly out of date because I'm an old guy, but I'd like to be humored and know, that my concerns should be heard, and hear what the, what the answers to them are, because, I've been left in the dark on all of these. So I don't know if water levels in the basement and all the things that I just mentioned, are in any way, shape or form, something that can be brought up now.
Thank you for that, Michael, and I'm sorry to hear that communications haven't been that strong between the applicant and yourself. I think that it would be something that worthwhile for us to include in our letter to LPC to make a statement to the effect that construction mitigation plans need to be coordinated with adjacent property owners. It's not unusual for us to take such a position when, especially with historic buildings and historic blocks, that we make sure that there are mitigation plans in place, this pre-testing of pre-existing conditions, and that is not an uncommon thing for us to add. So I'd be happy to add that to our letter.
Oh, but this statement of yours assumes that what Mr. Minnick is saying is actually accurate. So
Listen, I was talking.
I resent that, sir.
All right, hold on. Let's not. I don't want to have this turn into a debate about whether the developer and applicant is addressing issues that Mr. Minnick has raised or not. I think it is consistent with this committee that we do include language to the effect that construction mitigation plans need to be put into place with adjacent property owners. It's not an unusual request. And if, Antonio, you're saying that it's being done, then it's being done. If Mr. Minnick is disagreeing, then he's disagreeing. We as a committee can certainly take that stand. We have taken it before, and I feel comfortable taking that position again.
I wouldn't expect anything less.
All right.
A few more words on this, and I'll be, we have had, when there was construction of the sort that is being proposed, where, a basement is being dug out next to an adjacent basement, a few doors down from me, we had serious problems and the city had to come in and stop that. This is about 8 or 9 years ago. As I said, we have serious water problems here, and none of this has been, addressed. Nothing. There's been, we've asked for, my attorney has asked for, response, and we have gotten no response on any of this. And I have written directly to the owners of the property, asking for a response on these matters, and and I've gotten no response there. And so I'd be happy to send you all my paperwork, all my emails, and lack of response on all of these items. So, would that be appropriate?
We certainly welcome any additional information, Mr. Minnick. And as I said, there are members of this committee who have experienced what you're experiencing. And so we are familiar with that. And without getting into the specific details and having a debate ensue between you and the applicant, I think that you can be assured that we will make note of the fact that there was a complaint from the adjacent property owner, and that construction mitigation plans need to be implemented as we proceed.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. And again, I apologize for your troubles and stress on this. I know what it's like. So I'm going to go.
Okay, I'm sorry. May I say something here?
All right.
I like to think.
But Antonio, please, with all respect, let's not get into a tit for tat over this if we could. I mean, if you want to make a statement, that's fine, but let's not get into.
Statement. It's going to be very brief. I like to think of myself as a very civilized, grounded human being, aside from being an architect and not wanting professional liability impacted by getting water into Mr. Minnick's property. We have actually, and I'm going to say this one sentence in the most gracious way I can possibly muster after hearing what I've heard. We have simply responded to every correspondence from Mr. Minnick, and I'm going to stop there. If it's not to his satisfaction, I will make a further effort to respond to any specific question that are within our professional expertise. If the owners will want to respond beyond the professional expertise that I can offer, they will do so. I cannot respond on their behalf, and that's all I have to say. Any question, please write to me again. And if I don't satisfy you, just write to me again, and I will simply offer as much as I possibly can. That's all I have to say.
All right, thank you. All right. So I saw hands go up and down during this process. So I'm still seeing Betty, then Dave, then Carrie. So Betty?
Yeah. Okay, in a different vein. When I first saw this design, I said, wow, this is so different from the other buildings along this street or this neighborhood. But I have to tell you, then I took a second look and I think it's a very handsome building or rear, that it uses the same kind of brick. It has tasteful proportions, and I would recommend that we recommend to LPC to approve this design.
Thank you, Betty. I'm not going to take that as a motion just yet. Let me have the rest of the committee hands that are up, and then we'll come back for a motion. So is that all right? Dave?
Just to clarify, when we come back for a motion, can we weigh in on the design? Or should I do that after I ask my question here? Should we weigh in on whether to vote?
Go ahead.
For
No,
what?
no, go ahead, because part of the motion will be written in such a way that incorporates the commentary. So.
Okay, Antonio?
Yes, sir.
I have just one question. This
Yes.
project, as I see it, will destroy everything but the street facade and sidewalls of the house, correct?
As it stands, it's being gutted out already. It used to be an SRO, and so they took everything from the inside, and the rear is still standing, as you saw it in the drawings. Obviously, it's not as handsome as in the drawings, but but basically, the interior is being gutted out from the SRO that it used to be.
Right, but at one point during your demolition phase, all that will be standing will be the street facade and the sidewalls, correct?
We are keeping, well, I mean, in some cases on the upper floors, obviously with the exception of the addition, on the upper floors, we are sistering the joists where possible and replace them where necessary. The levels that are changing are the first floor level and the basement level.
Okay, how is the basement level changing relative to what was approved before or to what is existing?
Same, none of that has changed. We kept the same levels as they were in the previous application.
Okay, could I ask that we go back to the screen view that shows the purple outline of your proposal over the previously proposed?
The elevation one or the plan one?
It's like a sectional view through the entire house.
Am I still sharing my screen?
No, you're not, Antonio. You'll need to share screen again.
Oh, that's why. You see it now?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic.
I read the previous approval that we gave for back in 2016, and I kind of feel like, what were we thinking? And I think it's just that, I at least have lost a lot of naivete since we approved of the prior addition, and it was called additions to the roof and rear. And I think one of the things that I've learned over the last 5 or 6 years is that we often get these proposed additions, and they're not additions at all. They are the areas where a replacement building will be larger than the existing building. And it's as if Landmarks only wants to preserve the street facades, and we end up, basically doing that. I think that if I went back to 2016, I would never have approved the prior addition. We cannot hold that against the current owner or the current architect. But I'm concerned about encroachment on the so-called donut, the historic rear yards. And one of the issues has to do with the amount of light and air that gets to them. It's similar to the concerns that resulted in the creation of the setback laws in zoning. And I could support this project better if if the third floor and fourth floor facade moved toward the front of the building until they were in alignment with the rear facade previously approved for the third floor level. And if we eliminated the element that goes above the roof line. And that is out of concern for light and air in the donut, and to roughly keep the same added volume that was approved earlier.
Thank you, David. Carrie?
Yes, hi, I'm no architect and this is sort of still new to me. So just to clarify one question and then a question for some of my other fellow committee members. You cannot see the canopy on the roof from the street, is that correct?
That is correct. I'm going to show you. That's the canopy, and this is
Yep.
the line of sight.
And is there any requirement for you, or are there any photos, or have you had any conversations with the, and is this even relevant? Honestly, someone can tell me, from the people who live on 23rd Street and are looking back, who live in the back, who are facing the garden, basically, or the rear courtyard.
That would be 21st Street.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Thank you. So like they're going to be looking out their rear windows and see what is essentially another whole floor with that canopy.
How do you figure this is an entire floor?
Just by the pillars and the metal. It's, it's like, I'm sure it's beautiful. It looks like it's going to be beautiful, but it's yet another level.
I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say to that statement. It seems like it's pleasant to look at, but at once it might be an issue. And I say this humbly. I don't, those with whom I've spoken thus far at the MCB4 know that our approach is very much about coming to a consensus and responding professionally and with humility to the comments. But I'm struggling to reconcile how this could be perceived as a whole floor, notwithstanding the fact that it might be pleasant to the eye.
So my question really is, do you have any photos of what that faces, or is there any consideration taken for the people who are facing the back?
Carrie,
Well,
sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, I think, Carrie, what you're asking is if it's, tell me if I'm wrong, sorry to jump in, but I think what
Please.
you're asking is the concern of line of sight similar to from the street view as to the rear? And the answer is, to my knowledge, no. It is not, there's not the same level of concern or level the level of review of the line of sight from a rear yard to a rear yard as it is from the sidewalk and street view to the facade.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. Pamela? And then I'm going to go to Pamela Burt Barron. Pamela?
Two things quick. But first, it's for Carrie, it is one of the many flaws with the Landmarks Preservation Commission that I perceive, that the rear yard views of the people who live within the donut are not taken into consideration at all by Landmarks. That's a major gap in preservation as I see it.
Or a hole, we might say.
Oh, indeed. A canyon, more likely. On the other thing is, Antonio, correct me here. You said, I think David asked the question, was this building has already been gutted, right? There's nothing left inside. It was originally a townhouse. I'm sure it was lovely. It had been turned into an SRO. I'm sure there was vast damage done in that process. and now it has been gutted. My understanding of gutted is different from yours. I think you said that there are still floor joists in existence in the upper 2 floors, and that some of them will be sistered if you are able to do so, and kept as part of the original fabric of the building. But those two statements are in conflict for me.
So Pamela, if I welcome you guys to visit the property, I say so because there are holes in the floors. There was water damage.
But there are floors. There are floors.
There are, yes. But
okay, so that's not a full-blown gut job, right?
No, well, in that sense, I guess no. I guess not. But
okay.
As far as we are concerned, a gut doesn't mean that you also have to take out the floor assemblies. But if that's what you perceive to be the definition, no, the floors are still there. All the floor assemblies are still there, notwithstanding the holes I just mentioned.
Oh, okay. Well, that's very interesting. So you're not changing floor levels anywhere?
No, except for the lower floors per the already approved drawings.
Okay, that was my question.
Thanks, Pamela. Bert?
Yeah, I'm generally confused. I don't mean confused about the information I'm receiving. I'm confused in how I'm organizing the information and how I'm reacting to creating what kind of position I have in terms of the alteration as presented. One, thank you, David and Pamela. I wasn't aware that Landmarks was only interested in the quote unquote public view, which was the street view, and that the interior view, what we're calling the donut, is not considered public. So they don't really care about people's perceptions or reactions. I mean, to me, it seems as public as, not quite as public as the street, but it's still public. It's a view that's shared by everybody from 23rd Street, from, 21st Street and 22nd Street, looking one way down their window or the other, or getting out into their backyard and looking up and around. And it does definitely, and Betty did say that, you know, the material and the lines and the alignment are really clean and cool and somewhat consistent and brick, okay. But it's still a radical change. It's a radical change, and that's where my confusion is. Do I react to the radical change, or do I react and approve or disapprove of the spacing, the contours, the extra floor, maybe is not the right word, but whatever it is above that, the use of the terrace and the metal awning. So even talking out loud, I'm not coming to a conclusion for myself. It's almost a mystery to me. And I'll see what proposal, what motion is being presented, and I'll react to it.
So I'd like to take the liberty then of skip before Varen goes then, because Kerry and Bert are both raising this question, is that LPC traditionally has not cared about anything that is not publicly visible. We have tried in the past to address rear facade configurations and layouts, complaining that, you know, other people who live across the donut hole are considered public, and that's a public view. We have failed in those attempts. The language we have been successful with is to talk about the protection of the donut hole to protect light and air and space. That has been successful with LPC, which is why in this presentation, you'll notice that the bulk and form have been dramatically pulled back from not only the previously approved application, but also when Antonio first came to us and he first presented, we discussed that very wholeheartedly, and he pulled back to what the existing approval is. So we're currently faced with, in terms of a vote part, we're faced with an existing certificate of appropriateness on a construction of a building. This applicant has come forward with a revised rear facade and requesting that adoption of that revision. That revision does include less intrusion into the donut hole than was previously approved. So the front facade, any of the other issues that were in the previous 2016 approval by LPC are not really on the table for this discussion, but the rear facade alterations are what we're discussing.
I hear
Does that clarify that?
Yeah, and I appreciate the changes they've made, and it really just says I should disregard the architectural rendering, but just focus in on the bulk and the positioning and what that does to what you're calling the donut hole in terms of light and shadow.
Viren.
Yeah, I'm just going to echo what what's been said, and I totally understand that LPC doesn't care about the sight lines from the rear side. But going back to your Paul, what you just said, if this building were actually on the south side of the block, and if this facade, the rear facade, was raised higher, it would block light.
Yes.
And not only just the solar exposure. So we have to be consistent in terms of the position we take as community board. Right. So if we're going to treat, if this building were on the south side, we would definitely make a lot of noise about anything raised above a certain height. And I do appreciate the way you said, Paul. I appreciate Antonio coming back, and the revised plans actually are less intrusive into the donut, but then there's a kind of higher pushed rear wall height. And going back to Carrie's point, yes, it may give you, if you're standing on the ground floor, looking up at that extension, that sort of higher canopy, it would appear to be a full floor. It is not a full floor, and I totally get it, but it gives you the impression of being a total floor height, right? So I think now I'm going to bring back the whole issue. Can you go back to your section with the purple line, please?
And sorry, just to clarify, it is on the south side, right?
No.
No,
it is on the.
It's on the north side of the donut hole. The south side.
I see. Okay, thank you. Sorry.
No, you're right. Yeah. No, you're right.
So Viren, before you go on that, just to clarify, I'm not quite sure I understand what you're saying. If it was on the south side, what exactly do you mean by that?
What I mean is south side of the donut hole.
If it was on the south side of the donut hole, it would be, what would be different about it?
It would be blocking the sunlight from penetrating the donut hole.
Because of the way the sun travels, I see.
Yes. So we would be making a lot more noise.
But it's not. It's on the north side. Okay.
It is on the north side. But do we remain consistent in our position about the rear wall height as a community board? That's what I'm asking. Or do we make this distinction between the rear facade being on the south side of the donut hole or being on the north side of the donut? Do we have two different positions for rear facade? That's number one. Right. And number two, the question I have is looking at this purple line and the way that the height is increased beyond the. So you are sort of staying within the purple line for the first 3 floors, but then you are coming out of the purple line a lot more on the on the 4th and the 5th floor, and then you actually have an extension of that wall on the 6th, right?
I'm not following that logic, Viren. The purple line in this image shows what's been previously approved. You can see the gray brick structure is what is proposed, and on the 1, 2, 3, 4th, on the 4th floor, you see it extend out about a foot from the previously approved, and on the 5th floor, you see it extend out what looks like maybe 5 feet.
Yeah, actually, it's the other way around. On the 4th floor is roughly about 4.5 feet. And on the 5th floor, it's a lot more. And then you have the wall going up. So it is coming out. On the 4th floor, it's coming out by 4.5 feet, roughly. Correct me if I'm wrong, Antonio. And on the 5th floor, it's coming out I don't know, almost 10 feet. I might be wrong again.
So this is the third floor. The previously approved is here, and we are coming out here. If you count the brickwork, you might want to count up to here. If you count the extension of the interior floor area, it's probably about it's probably less than 2 feet. On this floor, it's the same amount because yeah, it's more or less the same amount. But it depends on where you count. If you count the interior floor area is less than obviously the apex of this brickwork, which is here.
So approximately 2 feet beyond the previously approved conditions. Okay.
Yeah, but in the section, it appears to be a lot more. Take a look.
Yeah.
Which slide would you like me to go to, Varen?
The section.
Oh.
Yeah, this one. The rear section. If you look at it.
This would be the line that shows where the building ends, and this is the brickwork.
Hmm.
You see, this is the brickwork of the pillar, the one that basically, and you can also see from the side.
And Antonio, the fourth floor I'm pretty okay with, but the fifth floor is a lot more.
Yes, yes, more than this for sure. Yes, yes, for sure.
And then beyond the sort of purple line that defines the originally approved roof line, your canopy structure with 2 pilasters going up.
Oh, absolutely. I didn't try to say that it was the same height. We are aware of the fact that we are adding a canopy above. Yes, of course. I'm not selling this as for something that it isn't.
I don't want to sort of comment on the design part of it. I try to sort of I hesitate to do that, but I think this height issue is something. Height and the sort of nature of the canopy are 2 issues that we are concerned about. At least I am concerned about.
And thank you, Varen. Brad?
Thank you, Paul. Antonio, where you have the canopy on the roof, and that's there to protect, so you're going to have furniture, you're going to have fencing up there. What's going to be on the roof as a lounge?
From what the clients have expressed, there will be a couple of lounge chairs and a table. This is going to be a private space of one of the 2 spouses. And that's basically it. There is going to be nothing more than what you see here in terms of fencing. There is I don't know if you can follow the mouse, but there is a glass railing here that goes all around that level, which is this element here.
Yeah, and I just think my fellow board member, Carrie, was trying to point out that you are, though, projecting it with the brick coming all the way up. It does read as another floor, and it is going to be used, and might say a couple pieces of furniture, but the landscape always goes up there, lighting goes up there. Sometimes in the future, they'll have triangle canvas up there to block the sun. So it will be used. I mean, I think that was the point.
It would be used. It would be used for sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And we're good with code as far as that goes up like that. That's just considered a structure. What's the FAR allowed there? You're within limit?
This is not FAR.
Brad, I don't think that roof terraces count as FAR, but I could be corrected on that.
No, what I mean is they're building a structure to hold a canopy on the rear. That's all. I'm just, it reads, it's an interesting idea. And I just want to say to the neighbor, nothing is allowed without his sign off. You have to have an adjacent property agreement. They got to put protection on your roof. They got to put scaffolding in the back to protect everything. If they're underpinning, that all has to be signed off with you and your attorney. So I don't think you have to worry. They have to do it the right way, and Antonio said he will. So just keep us posted. Paul, thank you.
Thank you, Brad. David, I saw your hand went back up.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow through on Bert and Varen. Bert, to be clear, the Landmarks Commission
has purview over the rear of a row house, over its entire perimeter, and even its structural party walls. Landmarks as a policy tends to pay more attention to what is visible from the street. They will often weigh in at length about a design of the rear of a row house. And one of my growing concerns is that the profile of a historic row house and the historic fabric of the brickwork on its rear facade and its window openings are all character defining features and not just its street facade. So the emphasis on what's visible from the street is more a matter of LPC policy. It tends to be that way around the world. But it doesn't mean that the rest of the building is any less worthy of preservation, and in no preservation school in the country will they teach you that. It's, in a way, I think of it as a kind of an appeasement policy of the Landmarks Commission to members of the public who may own or want to buy a row house, to keep them from resenting the current mayor at any given time. The mayor appoints the Landmarks chair and all of the commissioners. And that's kind of a liability in terms of popularity. So if you don't kind of divvy things up and say, okay, you can preserve the facade, give us that and we'll let you do what you want with the back. That's not part of what preservation is about. There's a lot of talk in preservation about striking a balance between maintaining vital historic landmarks in a vital city and historic preservation. And you might justify major alterations to a historic building for what's called adaptive reuse, where the building gets a new vital function and those changes serve that. What we're looking at with these row houses is not adaptive reuse. These are changes that aren't going to affect their continued desirability or occupiability as single-family residences. And this is going to come up in the next presentation as well. To go to Viren's point about whether we're on the north or south side, the whole idea of sky exposure and the setback laws that were created as a result of the equitable building have nothing to do with whether you're on the north or south side of the street. You still get natural light from the full sky canopy, whether it's north or south, and you get a view of the sky and a sense of airiness. And that has to do with the quality of the space, which is a historic feature. It is itself a character-defining historic feature of landmark blocks. And this row house is not an individual landmark. It is part of a historic district, the outside spaces of which are included in it.
Thank you, David. Pamela?
Thank you, David, for correcting me. Well, that's pretty much it, except I did want, it's already been spoken about, but the whole concept of whether it's on the south side of the street or the north side, of course, it in my mind, it is an important distinction, but one that we should not be considering really, because once we approve of this, it establishes a precedent that can be put into effect with a building that is on the south side, with the south side of the building. The north side of a building with something, this type of structure on the top of it, would it absolutely be blocking direct sunlight from the rear yards of even the neighbor's house across the way. So yes, it's worth a lot of consideration.
Thank you, Pam. Okay, so Betty had made a statement, which I'll put in the form of a motion then, that we approve this application for certificate of appropriateness, that we request a review of the setback from the third and fourth floors to be more in conformance with the previously approved certificate of appropriateness, and that the architect reconsider the canopy materials and take into consideration other options to allow more light and air into the donut hole. Is that a good summation?
Antonio, could you stop sharing your screen so we can see the full committee, please?
Thanks, Antonio.
Sorry about that.
I think, Paul, you need to also add the part about the neighbor, when you have the neighbor next door, what is it called? The mitigation plan or something?
Yes, thank you. You're right. Okay, so that's three points in here. But well, it's approved with the 2 points and insert language about ensuring that the adjacent property construction mitigation plans are in place. And as Brad pointed out, they really can't go forward unless that does happen. So we'll do it because the member of the public came to us and asked us about it. So is there, Betty, are you making that motion that I just?
Betty can't make a motion.
Betty can't make a motion. Okay. Well,
Yeah,
somebody make.
Paul, just one quick note. I don't know if you want to.
Hold on, Viren. I saw David and Pam's hand go up first, and I always cut them off when they speak out of line. So I'd like to go to David and then Pamela and then Viren.
Yeah, I would support
there's still technically no motion. So this is not discussion on the motion yet, unless you want to make the motion, David.
Well, I'll make a motion that we approve provided the rear canopy and its support columns are removed and the top 2 floors on the rear are drawn in line with the rearward extension previously approved for the top floor.
Okay, that's different than what I had said was the summary. You're talking about removal of the canopy, which is not what.
Yes, outright removal of the canopy.
That was not what the group discussion was. So that's a different sort of motion. All right, if you're going to make that motion, we can vote on it that way then.
A second.
All right.
With the addition of the neighbor language that you also had.
So we're gonna talk about the setback on the upper floors to be in line with the previously approved certificate of appropriateness, the removal of the canopy, and I'll add in a sentence about construction mitigation for neighbors.
Right, but the previously approved, I don't know, Antonio, could you go back to that image, the purple line?
We've asked him to stop sharing screens, so let's not keep going back and forth on this. The previously approved is the purple line from the presentation, right? And we all have it in Dropbox.
And that had a double setback. I believe it had one at the 3rd floor and one at the 4th floor. I would hold the new proposal's 3rd and 4th floor rear walls to the previously approved setback line for the 4th floor, which was the one more toward the center.
Dave, would you be agreeable, and the committee, would you guys be agreeable if we set the whole thing back as long as we kept the 2 floors aligned? Because otherwise there's no point in this design being the way it is. It would just be.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The 2 floors would be aligned, but they would go back the full amount. Viren mentioned before, like a 3-foot and a 10-foot setback that appeared. This would go back to the previous rear extension of the 4th floor, previously approved, and then straight
like
down.
A punishment to me. I don't understand the logic of this. I'm sorry. I just, as much as I would like to be,
it would retain the sky exposure that was previously approved.
No, it wasn't previously approved that way. So you had 2 setbacks, and I'm saying.
All right, hold on, Antonio. Why don't we do share screen again? Bring it back up, because there seems to be some confusion.
Yeah. Let me see.
I think they're saying what you want to hear, Antonio. He's not asking you to push it back to 5th floor line.
So
right. And in fact, the top floor here is the 4th floor. There isn't technically a 5th floor, correct?
Correct.
Right. So
okay.
So David is suggesting move the 4th floor to move your cursor up, Antonio, to the 4th floor purple line, to that line. So David, you're saying push the full extension to that point.
Now that I'm looking at it, and taking into account the fact that we are gaining some space at ground level, I would say take it back to the intermediate line, the formerly approved setback for the 3rd floor. If that continued straight up there, I could approve of it as long as the element above the roof line is removed.
I can, yeah.
And Antonio, are you good with going back to the 3rd floor setback line?
Here, because then I would have to be punished by the client. I think it would work. I think. Let me check.
Well,
I think so. Yes.
Okay.
Right.
We'll make that recommendation in our letter.
So you're talking about this line, correct? Correct.
Yes,
Dave, that's correct,
yes.
right?
Okay, all right.
All right, so
Just need clarification here, please. Are we talking then, there would be no indentations? It will be a straight flush, no matter how, wherever it's set back, it will be a straight
At this
line.
point,
it'll be flush, yes. Antonio would like to not have two step backs, but one step back. At the third floor, a step back of approximately, right now it's approximately a foot or so. He's gonna go back approximately 3 feet and keep that vertical line the same up through the 4th floor. That's what we're aiming to do.
Okay.
Because he doesn't want to have two step backs.
And
So the
what about the canopy?
And we're suggesting removal of the canopy. Antonio has been very clear that he's not amenable to that. So we're just going to make that recommendation and see where it goes. So Pamela.
Okay, first, I think this is a good compromise and a good solution, and I hope it flies with or without the canopy. But on the other subject about Mr. Minnick brought up, I wanted to remind us that in the smaller committee meeting, we did ask the question about how deep was the basement, the cellar, how much excavation was going to happen, and whether their underpinning was going to happen. And I believe, Antonio, correct me here, but I believe you said that there would be underpinning under the west side of the building, but not under the east side. And the east side is Mr. Minnick's building. I think I also told a few little tales about how I had to deal with water intrusion on lowering a floor in the basement of a house just down the road from there, going west. So I wanted to get from Mr. Minnick more clarification about that and what it means to him, the further excavation vertically at the cellar level. Sorry to throw this out there.
Well,
yeah, that really, again, Pamela, I'm gonna respectfully say that Antonio and Mr. Minnick clearly need to work out some things. We are going to have some language in the letter regarding construction mitigation for adjacent property owners. I really don't want to open up a conversation about construction mitigation issues with the neighbor and the developer. I think that Antonio hears us, that both east and west shoring needs to be done at the foundation level. He admitted it would be done on the west side. Now which clearly it should be done on the east side as well.
Well, I'm sorry, we don't know that. It may not be necessary. The point is, it isn't a part of the current plan. So that's the point I was trying to make. It just needs to be, you need an engineer to figure out whether it's necessary or not.
Correct.
And I don't know.
And it is not part of the application that we're debating right now in the motion we have. So
I
don't want to bog us down with too much of that. I think that Antonio has been responsive, and Mr. Minnick feels dissatisfied, but I think that that's something that's going to have to be worked out separate from this discussion.
Indeed. Thanks.
All right. So Viren, are you discussing the motion, or is your hand up or down?
No, I think David covered it. What I was going to ask you was to add that language about either removal or rethinking of the materials for the canopy. But I think I'll go along with what David's proposed, and I second that.
Okay.
Just for my sake, sorry, I'm sorry. The removal of the canopy language includes the pillars, for lack of a better term. Sorry.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mike, your hand went up. But you're muted, so we can't hear you if you're talking.
Okay, that's a first for me. If we're adding more bulk, right? Then what's the reason for taking that canopy down? If it turns out that not taking the canopy down is what eventually comes to pass, why do we want to add more bulk nevertheless? Am I making any sense?
I think that ultimately, Mike, we're actually, I don't know the square footage, and Antonio might be able to answer this for us, but in terms of bulk, I think that by him pushing back to the previously approved line at the third floor, We're removing bulk from the ground level. So I think that net effect is a reduction in overall bulk of this building from the previously approved certificate of appropriateness. The canopy at the top is more about visual effect for the south side neighbors and for light as the sun passes over the donut hole, the shade that would be created by that canopy for that time during the day.
But the shade will be on top of the very same property.
I think we should call the.
I'm with.
Oh, brother.
Yes.
Can we
All right. So Betty's calling to question. So that means we take a vote. So the motion is to approve the certificate of appropriateness, given the setback at the third floor for the third and fourth floors, to the third floor to be at the line of the previously approved certificate of appropriateness, and we're asking for the removal of the canopy. I will include language in the letter about adjacent property owner construction mitigation issues and the communication between the applicant and the neighbor.
Removal of canopy and the supports.
Well, there will be no reason to have supports without canopy. So we're removing the supports if the canopy isn't there. I promise you personally, no worries about that.
Can I just confirm that David made the motion and I believe
Carrie seconded.
Yeah, okay.
And so David made the motion, Carrie seconded.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Brad. Lowell, you're not visual, so if you're voting, you have to vocalize your vote. Anybody opposed to the motion? Anybody abstaining from the motion? Anybody present not eligible? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, everybody.
I'm sorry. Can we hold on, wait a second? Is Lowell with us?
It doesn't look like he is if he's not responding.
Okay.
So we're not going to count him as a vote.
Paul, would you mind if I make a brief statement before we move on to the next project about the history of this project?
Of which project?
The one we just reviewed.
Fine, make it brief, please, though.
Oh, okay, I just want to say that, city records show that in 2014, this house was bought by a real estate investment firm for $3.9 million. After getting the LPC approval that we supported in 2016 without doing anything to the exterior, that developer sold it to the current owner for $6.25 million. So it was flipped for almost 1.6 times the purchase price with no substantial improvements based on getting that landmarks approval. At about the same time, the LPC approved those alterations. It also approved replacement of all but the street facade of the oldest house in Chelsea and the replacement of the historic building with the new one nearly twice its size. Once that was done, the real estate developer who had recently bought it put it back on the market for 1.5 times what he had bought it for. The architect for both those architects was Bill Sook, who had earlier designed the renovation and enlargement of 460 West 20th Street. That was bought in 22nd Street. That was bought in 2012 for $4.6 million, and after alterations flipped in 2014 for $16 million, as was widely reported in the press, including the New York Times. So what we're seeing are real estate investors, not individuals or families committed to living in Chelsea, buying up row houses and effectively getting the Landmarks Commission to strip them of protected status, except for their facades, to enhance their market value before flipping. I think the Landmarks Commission needs to be made aware of this. And I don't know if the occasion of this letter is a good time to send a parallel letter to Landmarks, but I think it's important for them to know it's certainly affected the way I view proposals that come before us.
Thank you, David. All right.
Sorry,
Mr. Antonio, I'm sorry, but you are let's not get into a debate. This is a long-running debate.
It's simply, I'm sorry, Paul, it's simply not the case. And I kind of had to say something. This is not a developer. It's a family of four. She's a politician. He's a
No,
venture.
no, no, we're not holding the
David, all right,
buyer
hold on,
or
hold
you
on, hold on.
accountable.
David,
We're talking
David,
about the previous
David,
buyer.
please.
But how is that
David,
relevant? How is
David,
that
and
relevant?
Antonio,
How
please,
is that
everyone
It's
stop.
not relevant to your
Everyone
proposal or our vote on it.
Stop.
So why
Stop.
say it? Why put a letter?
Antonio, we're going to
It's
mute
for
you.
the rest,
And
it's
David,
for
I'm
the
going to
rest of
mute
the
you.
board.
We're
Sorry,
going to
sorry,
mute you
sorry.
both.
Sorry.
This is a long, David, I gave you the opportunity to read your statement that you have made numerous times to this committee. We are well aware of your political stand with LPC in regard to townhouse development in the neighborhood. Antonio, this is not a statement to you. This is a statement in general. We have had this debate for years with this committee. Please do not take offense at your application for this statement.
I just wanted to make sure
That's
that you
the end
guys
of that
knew.
discussion. Please, please. This is the
I
end
think
of
it
that
is time to move, I think it's time to move on to the next.
It's time to move on to the next
I
agenda
want to
item.
thank you for the lively debate. You're very, very.
Antonio, and again, thank you for an hour and a half presentation on this and for listening to the input from this committee, both previous to your presentation and at this tonight's meeting.
I
So thank
appreciate
you
your
very much.
time. Thank you so much to everyone. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to item number 2, and Betty is taking over that so I can take some breaths.
Okay, so we're moving on to 428 West 20th Street, which is an addition of 1 story on a 4-story residential building, again, in the Chelsea Historic District. And you may note in the Dropbox, there was a revised project description, which was expanded on from the first description that was put in Dropbox. There are no other changes to the
I'm sorry,
exterior of the
I'm
building.
interrupting. Can anybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I had a technical problem where I would have said this sooner. I don't want David's comments to go uncommented about. I support his ancillary.
I'm sorry. No, Marty, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to.
I'm sorry.
We can listen.
You were shutting
hold on.
him down,
We
and
can
I don't
have,
think that's
we
appropriate.
can have this come up as a new business item at another time. We have opened up this conversation numerous times. David is welcome to bring it forward to the committee as a new business item, and he has in the past. So we have two other big items to discuss. David's statement about the politics of LPC can be addressed at a different time. I'm sorry, but we have too much to address tonight to have another conversation about that.
I don't mind not having I don't mind not having the conversation. I do mind ignoring it. I think it is on the agenda for as soon as possible. David's letter is important.
Okay, thank you, Marty.
I second.
Let's keep going, guys, because we don't want to be up going until 10 o'clock tonight.
11 o'clock.
Okay, guys, this location is on the south side of West 20th Street between 9th and 10th Avenues. You will recall this stretch of West 20th Street. It is the site of the oldest house in Chelsea, 404 West 20th. And on the east, there are 2 buildings, 440 and 438, which have additions to their roofs, which may or may not comply with LPC approvals, which David will probably mention. And then is someone from the applicant? James Hill is on. So without further ado, why don't we hear the presentation from Mr. Hill?
Okay, great. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. Thank you very much. I'll switch right over to my screen and begin here. I assume you can all see that.
Yes.
My self screen. Great. So, started getting a couple of warnings here. So yes, again, my name is Jim Hill. I'm principal of Urban Pioneering Architecture, and we are presenting a proposal for a vertical enlargement of 1 story to 428 West 20th Street. You can see we're in the middle of the block, just on the border of the historic district. The existing front will remain completely untouched. And let's see, is this behaving? There we go. Streetscape of the side of the block. starting all the way over on the east side with the oldest house and going over to midway through the block. 418 is currently undergoing an addition to the back of the top of the building. As you mentioned, 438 and 440 towards the west also have additions that are either underway or recently completed. And I wasn't aware of the point that they may not be in compliance with what was approved. So that's very interesting to me. Again, down here on the bottom left, 428, that's us. The adjacent building 430 is slightly smaller. Both of them, as you see later, have a peaked roof, which kind of informs our design, but it also affects our visibility, which is primarily why we are here tonight. Floor plans. The top floor, well, let's see, the existing on the left is basically just the roof. We can see the ridge, a bulkhead coming up, a couple of skylights. The apartment underneath this will become the lower part of this duplex. So this is really just kind of a master bedroom suite with a roof terrace in the front. This, what's not really labeled here, is an existing air conditioner condenser, which will be actually pushed back a little bit further away from the front, but essentially in about the same spot. There is a 2.5-foot setback from the rear. And then the roof here, we have a pitched roof, again, kind of in keeping with the style of the house, the existing house, with a flat dormer, a skylight over the stairs. The roof will be a standing seam metal roof. And we do, this may be a little bit confusing here. This is a kind of a flush vent. So this does not raise up more than a couple of inches off of the roof line. The existing chimneys in the front will be shifted towards the, or at least offset towards the back within the building, in the proposed building. The existing chimney in the back does need to be raised till it's higher above the roof. So we have this mocked up. We can show you that. And front facade, again, the existing front facade of the building, the proposed of the building, the addition, stucco for the walls, and a move that board out of the way. The standing seam metal roof. This is the kind of exhaust I was talking about. The chimney raising up, and the dormer. Again, flat roof. Again, none of the existing facade will be touched. This railing is set back from the cornice, which you'll see a little bit more here. So the rear elevation, again, the existing on the left, proposed on the right. The existing bulkhead will be removed and basically incorporated into the new volume of the addition. You can see the building on one side is taller. This is the one on the east side, is taller than ours, partially obscuring most of the building. Here's the existing section proposed on the right. We're basically rebuilding these stairs slightly different to come up to a landing inside with a hallway that gets out to the front roof terrace. You can see again the railing is set back from the terrace, from the cornice. We've sloped the roof to minimize the visibility as much as possible, even to the point where this front edge, which is visible just barely from the street, we've actually lowered it down a foot from our original proposal, which was, to create a symmetrical condition. So the front edge is a little bit lower to try to reduce some of that visibility. So here's the mock-up. As we can see, we've kind of gone over it in the black lines to outline the volume, the front wall, the doors, the dormer. In this view, the chimney is right here. Seen from this point a little bit down the block, we can see the most visible part of the addition will be the dormer. This front edge is the front edge of the roof. The chimneys kind of poke through here. Again, in context, you can see just how visible this really is, or preferably to say is not. From the opposite side of the block, from 19th Street, there's this, was it the Public Theater building? I can't remember the name. No, it's not the Public Theater, something else. Basically obscures any view of the rear. You can see the sightline diagram from directly across the street. From directly across the street, it's not visible at all. It's really only when you get off to the side where this roof is a little bit lower and there's gaps between the dormers, and the gap between the dormer and the adjacent building, those are the only points at which you really can see it. This is kind of going down the street and talking about those additions that you mentioned earlier that are visible from the street. This one's a little bit misleading. I believe this is actually the balcony of the building on the 19th Street side. Pokes out over here, but you can see portions of the building at 454 that are slightly visible, the raised chimneys, the railings and planters, and a portion of the actual building. And then 438 and 440, where you definitely can see portions of those sticking up above the cornice here. And it's just to kind of give you some more context of the overall block from the kind of Google Street views. Again, on the west side, looking south at the north end of the north side of the block. This one is 418, where they're adding onto the back. We have, this is us. This is 438 and 440, where there are additions here. 454, also a sizable addition. And again, they're kind of mapped out along here. It's definitely worth noting when we start talking about what is visible. The primary visible will be the dormer and the chimney. And as you can see in pretty much all of the buildings on the west side, from there and here and back in the streetscape, they all have visible dormers and visible chimneys. And so we really feel like we're not doing anything that's out of character with the block, or certainly not grossly out of character. I can understand it's not entirely consistent. And that's essentially what we have there for the proposal. So I'll back up, I think. This is not behaving. Sorry. Let's do it this way. Sorry about all the confusion there.
Mr. Hill, could
Yes.
you go back? Right, this is fine, right here.
Okay.
So, the view from West 20th Street, we see the proposed addition, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
You see the very top edge of this roof. You definitely don't get this view. You see the front edge of the roof where the gutter line would be right here. And the front of the dormer here.
I guess my question is, since LPC has this sightline rule, how do you justify kind of not going along with the LPC rule that that an addition is not seen from the street? How do you justify that?
My understanding is that the rule is not that it cannot be built, is that it needs to be presented to the community board. They have a say over it, as do then the commissioners. If it is not visible from the street, the rule is that it does not need to go to this level of presentation, but that it can be approved at a staff level. So it's not a strict, you can't do it. It's if you want to do it, you have to get it approved. And so that's the process that we're in, getting it approved.
I didn't really know that was the LPC MO. I only was aware that whenever we have reviewed these applications, the applicants are usually very careful of saying there is no view of the addition or whatever it is from the street. So I'm surprised that, you wouldn't expect the community board to feel comfortable with the structure that would be viewed from the street. And I would also caution you about saying, well, they're doing it down the block, so it's okay. I would caution you about that. I'm reluctant to use that as a justification for having something visual from the street, because who knows, what's going on with them. And I just feel quite uncomfortable with that as a rationale. So I've talked too much already. So now we're going to go to committee members. Hector?
Yeah, hi. I actually am pretty familiar with this building. There's been a bunch of construction going on, especially in the yard area for quite a while now. And honestly, I will tell you that there's a good view from the street of 19th Street. So whatever construction or additions they plan to add to the roof will be seen. It's quite clear. It's kind of obscured over here in the photo on the lower left, because obviously they didn't want to, I don't know if it was intentional or whatever, but those trees are not there, 365 days a year, obviously. And the angle of it does, there is a building there, which is NYCHA, which is Fulton House. It's part of the Fulton Houses development right next to it, adjacent to it, along with several other buildings as well. So yeah, this is not, I think, I can't support this. I'll be honest with you. As far as the addition to the, and it not being seen from the street, basically there's been from my personal experience, some issues with this construction altogether. And I think it needs to be a more closely looked at. Okay, and that's just my opinion. So
I don't mean to argue, but can I speak to the idea of the construction that's going on there? My understanding is there has been no construction on this property, but that the large building to the back, directly behind us, has been working for quite some time. And as you can see now, increasing their height. And the structure that's built in the backyard of this property of 428 is protection of 428 that was built by that larger structure, I'm blanking on the name of it, and is required protection for around a construction site. I don't know if that.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Hill. Just to repeat what I think you're saying is that there is no new construction going on at 428, that it's only a protection for 428 for a building that is behind 428. Is that correct? And all the construction is going on at a building behind 428? Did
Yes.
I say it correctly?
Yes, 100%.
Okay. Twee?
Yes, I'm trying to reconcile this particular slide where it says in the top middle, floor view from the West 20th Street detail. That's the front, and those are the two dormers.
So the two dormers are the 430. We're 428 and 430. So the dormers that are there are on the 430 roof. Because we're at such an angle, our structure, our proposed structure kind of lines up behind them at this angle.
Okay, so that's not your building.
No.
Okay, so I'm trying to understand.
I can help maybe that in.
I'm looking at the prior slide. So I'll ignore that and look at the prior slide.
Here.
So you said that there you have the existing fifth floor, I think it is, and then you're really adding an addition to the top to make that a duplex.
Right. This becomes a duplex to this apartment. And technically it's the fourth floor because this is the parlor is the first. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And so this becomes the fifth, just for nomenclature.
All right. So the top floor that shows, I'm not even going to say, I don't want to talk technical. So the top floor that shows the stairs on the left, And then the top floor shows the stairs on the right, and you have an addition on top of that.
Right.
But then when you look at the slide prior to that, it's not clear what's going on. That's what I'm trying to reconcile.
This slide?
It's already existing, but now this looks like 2 floors.
So the existing, this is that top floor apartment. And there's a bulkhead for stair access to the roof. And this is the proposed addition.
Okay, but then the lines on top of that, is that like a roof
These
deck on
lines?
top of that? Yes.
I'm sorry, it's a standing seam metal roof. So those are the seams in the metal roof. It's a pitched roof. So if you've seen metal roofs before that kind of have these lines running down them, that's what those are.
Okay, so it's a pitched roof. It's not flat.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that helps. Thank you, Twee. It does look like it's sort of another room or something, you know, so it's the pitched roof. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
A little perspective might be good on that, by the way.
Okay.
I understand.
David?
Yeah, James, I noticed on the Department of Buildings website that there are 2 landmarks violations for the building that are listed as active since 1990. Can you tell us about them?
They're actually one. I was actually just discussing that with the staffer yesterday. They are the same violation. It seems like it was issued in the 90s and then reissued. He said it had something to do with the existing facade and that the proposed work does not, it's not affected by it, does not affect it, does not increase the degree of the violation. He was not able to get at the violation digitally, so he is actively searching through the paperwork for the actual paper violation. He and I were speaking about it yesterday, and exactly what he told me. So,
could we go back to the view of from 20th Street of the rooftop showing what's visible?
Sure. Yeah.
Just a moment. My view has gotten messed up here. There's a like a fence right behind the cornice, like a wooden fence. It's visible
here. You can see my cursor, right? As I'm moving it. I can draw on this if it will help. So I think what you're referring to, is that really?
You know, I've lost my visibility of the screen just now.
Well, let me help the follow-up. Is what you circled in red, is that wooden fence on the building now, and is it going to be removed or changed?
It is on 428. Yes, it is on our building, and it will be replaced. The parapet there will probably get a little bit higher, so you'll probably see a little bit more brick kind of squeaking in behind here. And then the railing will be at about the same place, yes. So the railing really won't change visibility much, except for the bottom part of it might be more obscured by brick down in there.
Why don't we go on, David, to the next person, and when you get your screen back on, we can come back to you. Okay?
Okay.
Mike?
Yeah, I just want to, maybe I'm losing touch here. But if indeed you're here because something's visible, can you show us precisely how much of this proposal causes visibility? What are we looking at here?
Well, that's what the mock-up here. So the most visible portion is up here. And in a kind of a front view, there's a dormer. So that's the dormer that you
Yeah.
see here.
But I thought you said that was another building, no?
So this is what we've outlined, what they've outlined here is the mock-up that actually built on site. And it is on the roof of 428. These dormers here are on the roof of 430. So they're on the adjacent building.
Okay, now I follow you. Now I follow you. We're looking at the mock-up, not at the dormers.
Right.
The mock-up is back here.
Right. You got it.
Well,
You got it.
well,
Mike.
I mean, that is something to behold. I must tell you, because first of all, a mock-up is just that. It's a little thin structure, right? Is that going to be brick that we're looking at?
No, the sides of the dormer will most likely be stucco like the sides of the rooftop extension.
Okay, so it's fairly clear that it looks like what it's going to look like, right? Illustration, look right?
Yeah.
Well, the sky looks like it's white, you know. So
right, it would be probably kind of like that.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Okay, let's see. Pam?
What's the function of the dormer?
I'll switch over to the basically adding in here's the front view of it. You can see it really is not very big. It's a dormer that basically pops up in the bedroom, and the window is up here. You would call it a clerestory window facing north. So it allows a kind of a muted daylight into the space, lightens up the ceiling and provides a view of the sky when you're in the room. Lying in bed, being able to look up at the sky might be a really nice poetic moment.
Well, it just seems to me that you could eliminate this whole issue by eliminating the dormer and simply putting a skylight in place. It's a pitched roof. A skylight would be very appropriate in that location. I mean, I'm not trying to tell you your business here particularly, but I don't see the point of a dormer. I really don't. The chimney I got. The chimney I got, but the dormer I don't get at all.
I would say that it's a fine differentiation between a kind of a skylight and a clear story. They do provide a slightly different kind of light. You would get a direct light through the skylight, even if it's on a pitched roof facing north. You'll have sometimes you have some direct light in. That's a harsher light, whereas a north-facing window always has a much softer light quality.
But with a skylight, it's perfectly, you can control the quality of light. You can do it with automatic blinds that you push a button and it rolls back however far you want it. It can diffuse the light, or it can allow direct light. I don't see why. Well, you know, to me, a dormer is something you install so the spiders have a place to spin their webs. Sorry.
Okay. I think that was a good point, Pam. A skylight, if it is just flat or with the roof or whatever it is, it would not pop up and be seen from 20th Street. Is that not so, Pam, in your idea?
I think you're correct there. I mean, if it is indeed the dormer that we're looking at in that image that's taken from a diagonal line, a sight line from 20th Street, and we're looking at just the dormer. If the dormer went away and became a flat skylight, then there wouldn't be any issue here.
Okay, thank you. Dave?
I think I'm right. Maybe the architect will help me out with that.
Sounds correct. Why don't we go back to David? You got your...
Yeah, I got my screen back. If we could go back to that bit of fence, actually it's up right now under item 4. It's kind of started in red. I guess you must have done that when I was speaking before. Does that have landmarks approval?
The fence?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. No, I don't think the roof deck up there, I can't say whether or not I don't think that's ever been through landmarks, that roof deck.
Yeah, there's quite substantial construction up there. And Jesse, would it be okay if I shared my screen for a moment? I have a photo from the top of my building showing what the roof looks like from above. Is that okay?
It's okay with me.
I will pause. Okay, there you go.
Okay, just a moment.
And David, where do you live, where you're taking this picture from?
This is from the roof of 445 West 19th Street, if I can get to it.
And you will be showing us the existing deck that's on the building now.
Yeah, unfortunately, Jesse, I'm having the problem I had before. 1 second. Are you seeing an image here? Anyone?
Not yet.
Not
You
yet.
see your desktop.
We're seeing your desktop, a whole bunch of
Okay.
folders.
I'm gonna try stopping and going back in. Do you see that?
Nope. That.
Yes. Yes,
You do,
without
you
it.
do. Okay, good. So this is what the roof looks like from above and behind from 19th Street looking down. And there's a fair amount of existing open air construction there. Does any of that have landmarks approval?
Not to my knowledge.
So
do you know if
David,
it's
can you-
required to?
That's, I'm not sure what you're getting at, but it's prior to, and I'm not trying to be argumentative, it's certainly prior to our involvement in the project. And all of it would be replaced by the proposed structure. So when we're done, what's there would be approved. And it would be, it's interesting. Yes, this is a great shot actually, because it does kind of show the roof line relative to the bulk of that pergola and the fencing around it. And certainly, you know, relative to the adjacent building as well. But, and now basically all of what you're referring to would be removed, replaced with a code compliant, landmarks compliant, if approved, pending approval, of course, structure. So does that?
Okay, thank you.
Question?
Dave, before you take your picture.
I'll go back.
Can you, yeah, just quickly, so we all understand what we were looking at. Okay, so on the right-hand side of the slide is the white is the back of the building.
Yes.
Okay, and the orange, just so everybody knows, is the mock-up, and that would be the structure that's being proposed. And all this wood structure would be taken away, and the proposal is for the new 5th floor on top of the 4th floor, right?
Yes.
Right, and then on the adjacent side, you see some lounge chairs and everything. That's another building that's using their roof. I'm just curious.
Yeah, that's
'Cause
126.
You can see people lounging up there, I suppose, Dave, right? Okay.
Hey, Dave, I'm sorry to interrupt. Just correct me if I'm wrong, but your photo's reversed, isn't it? Because that tall building, these buildings should be reversed on the left side. If you're looking at it from the backyard at 19th Street, am I correct?
No, this is looking north and east. And what you see is part of the seminary beyond,
Okay.
across 20th Street.
Gotcha.
Okay, does anybody else have any more questions about David's photo, which is quite illustrative?
I do.
Wait, one at a time,
Okay.
Viren? did
Oh,
you
yeah,
wanna-
this is, while we have this, sorry, Betty, while we have this slide on, just quick question, are you keeping that fence that David was talking about? Or is that coming out as part of your proposal?
It will be replaced with a new fence that I believe is set back from the front from where that fence is by probably a foot or so.
Okay.
And but about at the same height. So, yeah.
When you say same height, 42 inches?
Yeah.
All right. If it is coming back, I think it's going to be less visible. I was just looking at the Google Street View, and it's slightly visible now as it is. But if it's going to be set back, I think it will be an improvement. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Viren. Michael, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I hate to do it, dormers. Vis-a-vis this slide, right? So if looking to the left side of that mock-up now, right? Those vertical, those two poles, those orange poles. What are those? What's the significance? What are they?
So the
What are those?
poles
Yeah.
that have orange kind of wrapped around them and just sticking up midair,
Yeah.
those are the front two corners of the dormer.
Exactly. So there's no line, there's no horizontal line across connecting them, right? But there should be, no?
They are kind of right. There's no horizontal line that they're good to build that. The guys just couldn't figure out how to build it. So we in my presentation, we show those orange, and I've traced over and drew that line in to outline exactly where that dormer is.
I got you. But that is, I just want to correlate the two slides. So
Right.
that's what we're looking at. That thing sticks up. It's a biggie. And to put a flat skylight on that sloping roof, to me, would be a great idea. I've seen, This Old House, that wonderful show, where they show you the great new skylights. And I got to tell you, there's some great ones out there. They tilt, they raise, they lower. They're all, use your iPhone kind of thing with them. So to build something like this, if it were my home, I wouldn't want it, given the fact that skylines are so new and advanced. And it's just my thought, not a professional. All right?
Thanks, Mike.
Yes, Dave, thanks for the great photo. Wanted to ask about the slant and then the vertical drop in the front. Do you see where I'm talking? It's on the left side of the slide, sort of in the little middle left.
So the all the way to the left, the one stud, not all the way, it's just to the right of the front chimney.
Yes.
Yeah, that is the front corner of the wall.
Right. So so the addition isn't the whole top floor. The front of that particular wooden pole would be what seems to be a deck, correct?
Yes.
Okay, because I do see on your own slide, it does say child-proof railing and decking, so that there will be indoor and outdoor space in the addition?
Yes.
Okay.
Very much like the terrace, the deck is right there. In many ways, like what is there, but again, pulled back a little bit from that cornice, but otherwise very much akin to that.
And if we're not looking at Dave's slide anymore, in your own slide, you do have both proposed dormer and proposed skylight. So wanted to know what's going on there.
We have the dormer. This little warning can go away. So up here, again, that's what's visible as the dormer. And I'll kind of zigzaggy there. So that is the vertical front face of the dormer. And a more kind of from the terrace, looking back at it, that's what this is. Hopefully that helps. This is the side of the dormer, kind of right in that little wedge of space. And then that stud that you saw is right there.
Right. And then if you go one slide prior, if you magnify the left, the right side, it does say both proposed dormer and proposed skylight.
Yes, I'm happy to explain that. If I can zoom out here again. Sorry. And so the skylight, you can see in the front here, and the dormer is here. And that skylight is over the stairs. And then the dormer is right over the bedroom. Does that clarify it?
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you to both of you, and thank you, Twee, for showing that they explained there was a deck outside on the top. I hadn't caught that, and I hadn't caught the other skylight over the stairs. You've got great eyes. Okay, let's see. Any more hands up? Mike, back to you. Or maybe you didn't want your hand up still anymore.
I took it down, thanks, bye.
Okay, so from the committee, are there any more questions or comments? Because we could ask if there's someone in the public session. Paul, can you help me see if there, or Jesse, if there's anyone who wants to speak?
Can I add one more thing regarding the dormer, since it's been such a topic?
I just want to interrupt. Just let me make the statement. Anybody in the public who wishes to comment on this application, please raise your hand so we can identify you. Thank you.
Okay. So if I may, I just want to go back to the beginning where we talk about the east side of the block. We talk about dormers and this almost entire section of the block. Nearly every house is a dormer. Nearly every house has a chimney that projects very high, and both of those two are the most prominent features above the roof line of all of these houses. This is something we discussed a lot with the staffer at Landmarks, who felt it would not be inappropriate to hearken to this appearance, this kind of almost a motif on this style of house on this block, and how it seems to make sense and in a way be very contextual. And that's part of the background of the decision of keeping with the dormer and the fact that it is a flat dormer, as so many of these are. So I just wanted to kind of bring that back up because I know I really didn't discuss that much in the beginning.
Well, could you explain what a flat dormer is compared to some other kind of dormer?
Where the roof of the dormer is flat, as opposed to some of these, as opposed to the kind of doghouse dormers many people call them.
Oh, the ones with little humps on them, in other words. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Okay, and those dormers, do you have any idea when they were constructed?
On this side of the block here, on the east side, all of these were original to the building.
Oh, they were original?
No, they're not. No.
They're not? I could be wrong, but that was my assumption. I don't know exactly when, but my assumption was that they were part of the original buildings.
Pam, do you have an insight into that?
Oh, I do. Funny you would ask. Yes, they are not recent additions, but they are additions definitely to the original buildings. The original buildings that you see the tiny little windows across the top in the fascia below the cornice, all across. That was windows into tiny spaces. The dormers were not there, and you can see on some of them they don't exist. And on let's see, where are we? Well, 408 only has one. 410 has two. 412 has that terrible thing in the middle that was much more recent than the others, but they're all additions to the original Cushman houses. I speak with such authority, and I don't have anything to back that up except my own memory. I was very friendly with the owners of 410 and 418 for decades, so I have a closer relationship with these buildings than anybody else here, I guess.
So I'll retract my statement of them being original to the buildings, but I'll hold to the statement that they are present and are a regular part of the texture of this block.
Indeed, but they are only additions on original structure. They're not additions on an addition.
Right.
Anyway, okay, so I assume there is no one from the public who wants to speak on this, right? Jesse and Paul? No takers. Okay.
Correct, no takers.
Aaron, did you want to say something?
Yeah, no, I'm trying to, we have such a long conversation about the dormers. Are we objecting to that addition, or what exactly is the position? What are we questioning? I mean, it's so, I mean, to me, it's not that visible at all. And, we spent half this meeting about the dormers. So is there someone taking a position? Because personally, I have no objections to that particular dormer.
Marty?
I am taking, I'm not sure about my technology. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah,
Yes.
we hear.
I am taking an objection to the dormers. The slide that shows that they are visible from the street sets the precedent of approving stuff that's visible from the street as additions. And I don't think we should take that position.
Okay, thank you, Marty. Dave?
James, could we go to the slide that shows the line of sight from the opposite sidewalk? Right, it's in the lower right here, and this is the diagram that we get in every single one of these submissions. And I just wish line of sight from the sidewalk wasn't even an issue, or visibility. I think the more important issue is this still a 19th century row house? And the section that is created there, and you can see your addition superimposed on top. Without the addition, yeah, it's a section through a 19th century row house. With the addition, it's a new animal. And it's an animal that's, created by a policy of the Landmarks Commission that doesn't necessarily have anything to do with historic preservation principles. Could I share my screen one more time?
Yep, just one more quick. Let's quick, because we got to get on to our next number 3 item tonight.
Okay. This shows the gray addition with the green kind of astroturf around it is the addition at 440, which is cited as a precedent, and which is the forward part of it up here is visible from the street. It's my view that that's in violation. It took me 16 months to get the approved drawings for this from the Landmarks Commission, and I've had a complaint into them with marked up drawings and photos like these, to my view, proving that this is a violation. And they haven't done anything with that complaint. Meanwhile, they're sending other applicants to look at it as an example of what Landmarks has approved. The row house to its right currently has a Landmarks violation filed with the Department of Buildings. The row house to the right of that with the wood siding, that was extended upward in 2010. The developer who did that overbuilt the peak of the roof right here by about 4 or 5 feet in violation of his Landmarks permit. He was issued a violation and forced to take it back down. Part of the problem is that Landmarks really doesn't have much in the way of enforcement. And when things are automatically approved because they're out of public view anyway, it makes it that much harder. I actually voted for this rooftop addition, even though it's at eye level with my apartment and blocks my view. It probably reduced the value of my own apartment. I felt I had to vote for it because it's the sort of thing that we voted for in the past. And it would seem arbitrary and unfair if suddenly with a new applicant, we said no, when it's what we've been doing all along. But you live and learn. And what you're seeing with these row houses is a change to the cross section through a historic district block where the houses have this artificial slope up toward the rear and the donut in the back becomes a canyon. And it has nothing to do with what these were like historically. And these additions don't do anything for the community or for the continued use of the houses. It just makes them even more luxury than they ever were. They're already about 5,000 square feet, and it increases the price of real estate in Chelsea. There was a time when ordinary people, I know some of them, could buy row houses like this. The green on top of this addition was added on top of open picket fences that were approved in part because you could see the sky through them. This green stuff got approved on a staff level by Landmarks later. I'm sure those staffers didn't listen to the conversation that happened during the public hearing about the openness of those picket fences. and the owner has carried it right around the front. Again, I think in violation of their landmarks permit. So, I mean, do we really want to see all of the Chelsea Historic District take on this bizarre, arbitrary profile and lose its character? You know, I can't vote to approve this. The existing house at 428 is already almost maxing out its zoning. That zoning, which allows an FAR of 3, is completely out of character with historic row houses, which typically filled out an FAR of only about 2 to 2 2/3. As I said, it's just not a section through a historic row house. And I think, as I said, you live and you learn, even though we've approved things like this before. And I listen in on landmarks hearings. They have the same conversation, the commissioners do. You know, we've approved this before, but they'll even say, times change, we've learned from experience. I don't think we should be approving these anymore, and I wouldn't approve this one.
Okay. Pam? Pam, did you want to say something?
Yeah. David, you leave me speechless. I do agree altogether with David, and I think we all should learn from experience. I think the Landmarks Commission should also learn from its experiences and the feedback it gets from us. Having said that, I think that in this instance, if this architect can make that dormer disappear and make the addition completely disappear from the street, even the diagonal thing, and get rid of that piece of wooden fencing in the front, I would not have a problem with that.
Okay,
but watch out.
I think it's 8:45, and
yeah,
I think I'd
Time
like
to
to
move
know
along.
if Pam, would you like to make a motion? I can't make a motion, and Paul can't make a motion as chairs.
No, I would prefer not to be the person to make this motion.
Okay. Would somebody like to make a motion? Let me summarize what Pam was saying. That she would recommend approval if the dormer was removed, and I would say no structure is visible from 20th Street. Is that summarized what we're saying?
That does. Can I amend that? However, there is a chimney on the west elevation.
Yeah.
And that will need to be extended, and I do not have any problem with that.
Oh.
That will be visible. That will be visible. From certain angles.
Except for chimney, which would be visible. Okay, is that it?
Yep.
That good? So
I'll make
technically,
the resolution.
pardon me, Bert?
I'll make the resolution that Pam.
Okay, so that, it'll be Bert's resolution. How about we vote, because we do have to move on. So everybody who.
We need a second.
Need a second.
Bert made the motion. Who's the second?
Oh,
I second.
Thank you, Baron.
Viren seconds. Okay, thank you, Paul. Okay, so let's call the vote. So everybody who is in favor of Bert's motion, seconded by Viren, put your hand up. Do I count 1, 2, 3, 4,
Approved.
5, 6, 7? 7? Is that right? 7 yes? How many no? Put your hand up if it's no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 no. Did I count right, Jesse?
Yeah, I just was counting the no's. I'm sorry.
Paul, were you counting? I got 7 yes and 6
But Betty, your vote as well.
I'm changing my vote to a no.
Oh, so now we have.
Sorry.
Okay, so let's vote again, okay? So yeses, put your hand up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So now we have
And
6.
Brad is 7. And Brad said yes.
Brad is 7. And now we have no. Put your hand up for no. So this is 1, 2,
You're deadlocked.
4, 5, 6,
7. Lowell, if Lowell is on, he can vote, but you have 7 and 7.
How about Kamala Harris? Is she available?
I don't know. Never had a vote that was the same number for yeses and nos.
Oh, live? Is he not? Or?
Betty,
What?
did you count yourself?
Yes. Bert, you've been around a long time. Did you ever have an equal vote?
It doesn't go.
It's 7-7.
Yeah,
It
you don't
doesn't
have
go
a
one way or the
majority.
other.
So
You
what
don't
do we
have a
say in
majority.
our letter? Do we say don't send a letter?
Oh, we've got the full board coming up.
I mean, you're right. You're writing we're writing administrative letter that the committee, it came out of committee as without
No
a consensus,
recommendation.
with no recommendation.
So it wouldn't go to the full board?
No, you're not making, the recommendation did not pass.
Right, okay.
Would anybody like to make another,
There's a
would
new
anybody like to
recommend-
make another
Is-
motion?
Yeah, if
Is
there's
there a
another motion-
possibility that the architect and et cetera would come back? Sorry, we do this at BLP, so I don't even know if it's a possibility on this committee, but would come back with a different idea of what this might look like?
Are you asking me directly, or is this a board? Okay.
I'm asking you, but my board members will correct me if that's inappropriate.
Do you have any proposal as to what you're looking for?
So I think what I'm hearing is, and I guess what I'm feeling is that the issue is beyond the dormer, which I feel like, is a no vote anyway. So like assuming that you would be amenable to that, if I can make that assumption, that, there's an issue happening with the entire historic district in Chelsea that I guess people are getting really frustrated with seeing things from the street. And that building in particular, for me, was, there are violations. We don't know what they are yet. The fence is, there's already things that are we're looking at that are in violation. So what's to make us feel that, this owner is gonna work with us in good faith and do what they say they're gonna do. Beyond the dormer, you can still see the structure and the chimney from the street quite prevalently. So I guess those would be the things for me.
So Jesse suggests that we just write an administrative letter to Landmarks and say we were deadlocked, so to speak, like the jury, and that's
Yes,
it.
there's another motion. If someone has another motion that could maybe appease some component of the other side.
Well, I'd like to
one way or the
just-
other, one way or the other, that
Yeah.
then we're writing an administrative letter that we have no recommendation for this project.
Yeah, well, that's what I make that proposal, but that motion. Administrative letter, stating that we've reached a deadlock on this, okay? And that it's with respect to the dormers.
I don't think that's what Jesse meant.
Yeah,
Jesse,
but that's my motion.
I'm saying
And
there's two
that way,
options. Yeah.
and that way you throw it to them and say, look here, you guys decide.
well, that's
Well,
we're
let's let
we
Pam and
have no-
Brad raise their hands and request to other motions. Let's do it if they have suggestions. So Pam,
Okay. I'm just to justify myself and my thinking here. This little house, this proposal before us does not destroy the interior of this house. It does not blast out the back. It does not dig into the basement. It is not in all of the ways that we are familiar with the total, basically destruction of the interior fabric and the donut space that comes before us constantly. This house isn't doing that. They're asking to extend one part of the house up, and as far as I'm concerned, if they can get it to disappear from the street level, the dormer and the roof line itself, maybe make it a little smaller, move it back. It's sitting pretty far forward. Whatever they have to do, I am grateful they're not totally destroying the building.
Okay, well, that's fairly similar to what Bert's proposal was for the motion, that nothing would be visible from the street except for the chimney. Right, Bert? So far we haven't modified it to change anybody's opinion, I don't think.
I think Brad, let's get Brad. Brad had his hand up too.
Brad?
Yeah, real quick, Betty. I'm in agreement with Bert, and obviously I voted for that. And I just wanted to ask the applicant, are they willing to move it back? On our last applicant, you heard they were willing to adjust, and we were able to vote yes and get a letter in. And also, Betty and Paul, right? If we go and just sent a reference letter to Landmarks, now we're leaving it in their hands, which we've, shown that hasn't really going our way a lot of times. So, I understand the board's trying to make a point and vote no on this, and we're at 0, but we're not going to get anything then, and we have no control. So I would like, as Jesse said, to reconsider. Does the applicant know? Can you pull this thing back so we don't see it?
Let's Mr. Hill. We have in other cases where we haven't gotten satisfaction totally on an application. The applicant goes back to the owner and to their firm and makes modifications and then brings it back. And then we're more comfortable and we get a positive vote for it. Given everything that you've heard, do you think that you could do that?
I can definitely talk to my clients and see if they're interested. I can see, looking at the plan just now, we probably could pull that front wall back by about a foot without losing too much room around a bed in that room and making the room functionless. And obviously in doing that, it would make that front edge less visible. I can certainly talk to them about swapping out a skylight for the dormer. I don't think that's a hill they're going to die on. So with those two caveats, I think they could. Again, I'm just thinking out loud. They probably would be amenable to those kind of changes. I'm glad you mentioned something about the chimney earlier, because they just by code have to be 3 feet above the roof line, and there's very little we can do about that.
No, that's an exception. So if it's okay with the committee, I'd like to move forward on Brad's suggestion and Jesse's suggestion.
So I'm sorry to interrupt you again. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding what you're proposing correctly. You're suggesting that I go back to the owners and then come back to you for a resolution,
Yes.
as opposed to you making a resolution that would say you would pending approval, or you would provide approval pending those moves. Because I'm thinking about it in terms
That's
of
correct.
time.
I think you need to come back with the changes so the committee could have a majority vote that was positive.
Mhm. I'm hesitant only because it causes more delays for them, and a little bit more money in terms of they're going to have to reconstruct the bulkhead and things like the mock-up. I'm sorry. I just don't want to speak for them on that on something like this. I'd hate for them to come back and say, "Oh, well, you should have just had them make the resolution and go to the commissioners anyway."
I hope you understand our process. And our process, you see the vote as it stands now. you see what the result of this vote is, that we cannot make a motion one way or another. And if you go back to your clients and then come back to us with the changes that were suggested, but now there actually are changes, that might change the vote here.
No, we got to move along because we have a third item. Very quickly, Viren, then Marty.
No, I'm just going to ask, it's a procedural question. Can we approve with this couple of conditions that we want to put in place? Is that possible kind of a vote?
Yeah, and then it goes to full board as well, right? So wouldn't we be able to then vote if, let's say, they don't get put into place to our satisfaction, we would be able to bring that up at full board.
Is it possible? Well, there are 2 points I want to very quickly make, Paul, sorry. One is if you can actually make a motion with these conditions we approve, and then if they come back with those changes at full board, then they have our committee support. And second thing is,
Well, but you don't know. I mean, okay, go on. Finish your statement, Baron.
No, sorry. Go ahead, Jesse. Go ahead.
No, go on.
Can I make a recommendation? The failed motion was an approval with conditions. Perhaps we do a denial unless the setback is pushed in, the dormer is removed. We do a denial unless. Would that satisfy other people?
I don't know.
It's part of the BLP model.
So that was my second question. The second question was that are we looking for changes, or we just do not want to have anything?
That's my point. And my point is that if this is about not approving anything as such, David has summarized, then I don't. And if everybody that voted against the first motion agrees with that, then it doesn't matter how many changes James is able to put back in or not put back in, because we're not going to be able to promise him anything. So I think if you want to try the deny unless, and if there's someone that feels slightly different about that proposal, then that might change the vote. But I think we should do this one more time, and then at the end, after that, we have to say we are done.
So there are two
James
options.
is not going to be able to promise. I'm going to speak for James. James is not going to be able to promise tonight that he can postpone an entire application for another 45 days. That's just not and so we have to decide what we want to be okay with tonight.
So I would like them to reword my original.
How about speaking in the order of hands?
Reword the motion. I'm also aware of the time, Marty. I would like to
really
reword
care.
my motion to make it a deny unless those changes were made.
Marty?
I want to change my vote if we can include the language that I saw the motion that Bert and Pam made as different. Pam included a lot of language, and I found it persuasive given what this committee has been doing, that talked about the interior of that building not having been destroyed the way we have approved other buildings that have been destroyed on the inside, which I am very much opposed to. I don't think that this is the test case that that David was hoping for. So if it is a deny unless the number of things that we've talked about, and if the language of the letter includes statements that make it clear that one of the reasons that we are voting in favor of this deny unless is that the interior of this building isn't being destroyed, so it's not pure facadism, I will vote for it.
I'm going to object to that language, but I support the deny unless position, because I do think that adding on a master bedroom suite at the top floor of a townhouse does change the internal character of a building. And this is a debate that Pam and David can continue on for hours, but I think that does change the interior. So I'm in favor of a deny unless.
So I would refine the language, because I understand your point, Paul, but the lower floors haven't been gutted the way other buildings that we've approved has been.
But is a change to
we have a motion.
Fix the wording.
We have a deny unless motion with the unless conditions being the removal of the dormer, pushback of the upper level by at least 1 foot, and the removal of the fence.
And an expression of appreciation that most of the building hasn't been gutted.
No, and it's not, that there is no longer anything visible from 20th Street.
And no longer
Except
visible
for
on
the,
20th Street.
except for the chimney. Okay?
I would add Marty's appreciation.
Yeah, okay, okay, and we got, the appreciation that's substantially not changed in the interior, okay? All right.
Excuse me. I'm sorry,
Please.
thank you. I would go farther, I would go further than saying, just appreciation. I would actually say not having those lower levels changed in any way. I don't want it to open it up. I don't think appreciation is it's not necessary.
It's not necessary for this application.
No.
I mean, that's a political statement. It's not a practical statement.
I think it's
Is there a motion on the
practical.
floor right now? Is there a second for that?
I have
motion?
my hand up, hand up.
Okay, can we have a
Mike?
vote on that?
No,
yeah.
Viren, we have hands raised, Betty. Betty, we have hands raised. Viren and Mike Noble want to speak to the motion.
Oh, no, I'm, my hand.
Okay, Mike.
Yeah, just a quickie. So when you hear me say no to this motion, it's because I don't want to make this man the test case. It's as simple as that. Okay?
Okay, so let's vote. So all in favor of deny unless the structure is, the new addition is not visible from the street, that the dormers are no longer part of the project, that I think that
The addition is pushed back approximately 1 foot from the street,
1 foot.
that the fence is removed.
Yeah, well, they already said the fence would be removed, but
Well,
anyway.
let's put that in the letter.
Okay, all right. So all those in favor of the deny unless motion, okay, raise your hand.
Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Where's
Plus
the
nine,
red?
plus you, that's 10.
9,
Yeah,
10.
I have 10.
10. Okay. And then those who are not voting for that motion, raise your hand if you're not voting for it. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4.
I have 4.
We got a motion, we got it done. Thank you, Jesse. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, everybody who's, I hope you have some energy left for the
I would
third
just
round.
suggest that you mention in the letter the outstanding LPC violation.
Makes sense.
Can I ask a quick question about what happens with a tie, Jesse? Isn't that a denial?
It's not a statement. We don't have a deny. It's SLA. SLA is a little bit different, right? In the
Okay.
sense, right? So I mean, we can't,
Thanks.
we're not sending any we cannot say that the committees voted one way or another with a recommendation. So nothing would be going to the full board.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, everybody, for your patience.
Before I go, I'm sorry to interrupt again, Betty, but I do want to say thank you because you guys do really approach this very thoroughly and very thoughtfully. And I appreciate you putting forth the effort of coming to a resolution and not forcing this another 45 days delay. That would be really hard to go back to my clients with. So I do genuinely appreciate the effort you put in here. And I don't say that at all of these meetings. So thank you.
Thank you for your patience. I hope
But,
everybody.
Jesse, can I just add one thing to what you just said about the SLA denial nest? That whole thing works there because it's presumed that the applicant is going to do these things. So you've got a pre-established framework of where they're going to do what you want. Here, that was not anywhere near what we're doing here. See, totally different.
Thank
Right?
you.
Okay, guys.
Thank you.
I mean, yeah, the SLA's job is to produce, to give permits, right?
Exactly.
All right.
All right.
All right.
Thank you. All right, so the next item is a revisit to the Gansfort Market at the corner of 9th Avenue and 14th Street. Many of you were on the committee when we went through the very long process of reviewing the row house renovations, the addition of a office building in the rear yards, the convoluted aspects of it being within the historic district in parts and outside of the historic district in other parts. That was probably one of our most contentious issues that I've faced as a member of Chelsea Land Use. What has happened there, and again, we have had numerous meetings on this site over the past 6-9 months. What has happened there is that the soft demolition process began on the row houses. There was a declaration by the Department of Buildings that it was unsafe conditions and that the interior and exterior had to be taken down. The current certificate of appropriateness for the Landmarks Preservation Commission, which we voted on in the past, was to have the facade bricks reattached, taken off, cleaned, restored, put back onto the Wythe and backup wall. Because that backup wall has now been removed, there is no place to put those old bricks back on. So they have taken all those bricks down, they have inventoried them, palleted them, stored them, and prepared them for reinstallation later. They're now going to rebuild rear walls and then reattach what remaining bricks they have. They have approximately 50 to 60% of the bricks were able to be reattached. So the application in front of us is to consider the reattachment of these bricks and rebuilding those facades. That is really kind of in a nutshell, the very narrow perspective of what we're here to vote on tonight. The applicant is going to go through a presentation on what is involved in the reapplication and the rebuilding of those facades. When that presentation is done, David has asked for an opportunity to present a completely alternative plan that would not rebuild the row houses, but do something completely different. So we're going to have a presentation by the developer and the applicant. I'd ask that we have committee questions about the specifics of that application. Then we're going to give David 2 or 3 minutes to present a proposal to do something completely different and not rebuild the row houses. We'll then have a conversation to see if we want to rebuild the row houses or not, and then we'll get into specifics of the letter after we determine what direction we want to go. So is that clear to folks? Pam's already raising her hand.
I just wanted to say I do have a brief statement I would like to make as well.
So why don't you do
wait.
that?
Let's wait till after the presentation, Pam.
I mean to wait until after the presentation.
Yeah,
But I do want that opportunity. Thank you.
I'll have you make your statement before David makes his presentation.
That'd be fine.
Thank you, Pam. All right. So we're now going to open up to the applicant to discuss the vote on a certificate of appropriateness at the Landmarks Preservation Commission on the rebuilding of the facade at Gansevoort Market. And Dov, I saw your hand go up, but I think that you're just going to speak, aren't you?
I am going to speak. I was hoping, are you going to bring a motion before David's presentation? Or are you going to wait till he gives a presentation that is, I don't know what it is related to, and I'm not sure whether it, we're bringing a very sort of narrow application or amendment to the application to the committee for consideration. So I'm just worried about like convoluting the process, but you'll do whatever you want. I'm just asking what makes the most sense.
And the way that we've thought through the way we're going to handle this, Dov, and it's a very legitimate concern you have, and the way that we've decided to process this is that if David's proposal has enough traction support on the committee, then what would end up is a motion of denial of rebuilding of the row houses. So the certificate of appropriateness, we would recommend a denial of the certificate of appropriateness and the denial of the rebuilding of the row houses. If David's proposal does not have the committee support, then we would make a motion to support rebuilding the row house facades as proposed, and maybe get into some of the technical aspects of other components we want to address in that.
Okay, so I think the answer to my question is no, you're not going to make a motion before you hear from David.
That is correct.
Okay.
All right.
Great.
So
Wade,
you're in for a nice long discussion, Dov.
I would expect nothing less. I look forward to hearing everyone's thoughts.
All right, let's veer in before we.
Does anybody need to take a break to use the facilities or get
There
some
is no room
water?
for bio breaks in our meetings. No bio breaks in our
Look,
meetings. Go, power through.
I'm trying to be human here. You know, we're all.
All right, Viren, I saw your hand go up. Do you have a quick comment to make, or?
Yeah, just a procedural question. I mean, if the applicant has come with a very specific, sort of well-defined question, are we really able to sort of deviate from it? It's a procedural question, so I'm not quite sure.
Yes, yes. So what I just described to Dov, and this is good for clarification for the other members too, is that we have an application for a certificate of appropriateness to rebuild the row houses. David's recommendation is that we do not rebuild the row houses, that we do something different. So the way to handle the presentation to us, just like we went through with the last application, is that we need to have a very kind of clear focus as to what our next step is. So it would be a denial of the application with a alternative proposal put into place. Okay. Jesse just raised his hand, so Jesse's now going to clarify if I made a mistake on that.
No, and it's fine. I just want to say again, it's a recommendation to do something else. Just to give clarity, the application is what's in front of LPC, and what LPC has expecting and has been guiding the applicant to do. This would be a recommendation to do something else. This is not as though there's another application to do something else.
Right. Okay.
That's clear. Thanks.
So
Thanks,
let's
Jeff. That's
try
the
to
clarification I was looking for.
let's try to push through.
Okay, and I just want to make one more clarifying statement before I start, which is that I keep hearing people say that the row houses have been demolished, but that is not in fact the case. The only thing that has happened that is different than was already previously approved is that the backup widths of brick of the front facades were removed under emergency order. Everything else that has happened to these buildings is exactly what was approved per the C of A. The removal of the roofs and the removal of the front facade, the facade brick was all part of the original approval. Anyway, with that, I'd ask Wei to please put up start to share his screen and put up the presentation, and we'll get into it. Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the Land Use Committee of CB4. I am Dov Barnett, one of the partners at Tavros, the owner and developer of the buildings at 44-54 9th Avenue and 355 West 14th Street. This is an application to amend the Certificate of Appropriateness 21-07690 with respect to the reconstruction of the street facades of 44-54 9th Avenue and 355 West 14th Street following demolition pursuant to the DOB emergency work order. As you know, in August of 2020, the Landmark Preservation Commission approved our application for the restoration and renovation of the two buildings at the corner of 14th Street and 9th Avenue, with a new addition behind the historic buildings. Since that time, we've had to adjust the approved restoration plans to address the unsafe conditions discovered in the course of our work. This will require a historically accurate reconstruction of the street facades of both buildings with the original brick that has been carefully salvaged by hand, interspersed with new matching brick as required. We are not making any other changes to what has already been approved in the Certificate of Appropriateness. So the end result will be consistent with what the Commission previously approved, except that the two inner layers of the brick of the street facades will be reconstructed. As you may recall, the original approval always contemplated the reconstruction of the outer layer of the brick because of the extensive deterioration. In August of 2021, we began non-structural interior demolition of the 14th Street building. The two layers of interior brick have been covered with sheetrock and plaster for decades. Prior to the commencement of interior demolition, the restoration architect, Walter Melvin Associates, had done probes but none of those probes had exposed the level of deterioration that became evident once the sheetrock, plaster, floor, and ceiling finishes were removed. We found that the 3 layers of brick composing the street facades were separating from each other, and the facade was leaning towards the street and sidewalk. Bricks could be removed by hand without the use of tools. Other bricks were missing from the facades. Many of the original wooden floor joists were not attached to the walls, and others were sheared completely through. In short, the front facades of the building were not stable or securely attached to the side and lot line walls. This was an extremely dangerous condition for workers on site as well as the community at large. Given these alarming conditions, our engineers immediately notified the Department of Buildings as is required by the construction code. Following an inspection of both buildings, the Department of Buildings issued an emergency order calling for the full removal of the street-facing facade walls of both the 14th Street building and the 9th Avenue buildings to address this hazardous condition. Frankly, given the conditions that were discovered, it is fortunate that there was not a catastrophic building failure while the buildings were occupied. During the course of dismantling the facades, while DOB has oversight of the permitting process and the safety protocols, our team has worked closely with the Landmark Preservation Commission staff with respect to how bracing and shoring would be implemented, as well as how we were documenting the original conditions and performing the removal and storage of historic material in anticipation of the reconstruction. We know that there are some who believe that these conditions were the result of our construction work on the site, or alternatively, have been created by inadequate maintenance in the few years that we have been the owners of these buildings. However, both the Department of Buildings and the Landmark Preservation Commission concluded that the severe deterioration exposed during the interior demolition was a result of decades of weathering, wear and tear, lack of maintenance, and trauma from previous alterations that far predate our stewardship of the site. I would also like to respond to some people who have alleged that this situation is something we purposely created or are taking advantage of. Nothing could be further from the truth. We chose to develop this corner because we love these buildings. We have spent years with our architects and engineers designing a project that maintains and celebrates their history. While we did not anticipate that the facades would have to be fully reconstructed or budgeted for the additional time and cost this will require, we remain committed to salvaging and using as much of the historic materials as possible to create a faithful reconstruction that is consistent with our original approval. At this time, I want to hand this sort of presentation over to Ted Ecker from Walter B. Melvin, so he can sort of take you through the probe work that was done before construction started.
Sorry. Hi, everyone. My name is Ted Ecker. As Dov said, I'm a principal at Walter B. Melvin Architects. We were tasked with the restoration of the exterior envelope of the historic structures. So during this survey part of the work, we performed over 30 interior probes across the 2 buildings. On the upper left, you can see there's 2 floor plans of the 2nd and 3rd floors of both buildings, which indicate where the probes were performed. Additional probes were performed at the 4th floor of the 14th Street building, but those aren't reflected here. When I say the plans were simplified, there were actually 12 apartments on each floor of the 14th Street building and 12 at the 9th Avenue building on each floor. So the buildings were actually a conglomeration of many small rooms. Many of the units were occupied and were inaccessible at the time of the survey. As David mentioned, all the exterior walls at 14th Street building in particular were concealed by fully studded and sheetrock partitions, and all the ceilings, gypboard ceilings, were furred out. We knew from the get-go that the face brick was not well tied into the backup masonry, having either blind headers or quite possibly no headers based on the age of the building. And the plan was always to carefully remove the face brick, salvage it, sound brick for reinstallation as part of the restoration. We're also aware that there were anchors tying back facade to the party walls, which had been installed long time ago. But where they were exposed or revealed by probes, there's actually no definitive evidence that these were doing anything but holding back the exterior wall to maintain the connection to the party wall and tie back the face brick, which is actually not a very unusual condition for 19th century brick structures. What the probes did expose is what seemed like fairly typical backup conditions in buildings of this age, where some areas of the mortar were in poor condition and localized brick replacement or stitching was going to be required. We also noted the need to reconstruct the single wide of backup brick beneath all of the windows on the 14th Street building, as well as the top several feet along the 9th Avenue buildings, just below the, excuse me, just below the roof line. What these localized snapshots, if you will, could not have revealed was the full extent of the displacement of the backup walls, which was not understandable until the complete removal of all the interior furring, the partitions, and the ceiling was performed. Once fully exposed, we discovered that in some areas, entire wall sections between the party walls were bowed out up to 3 inches from their original positions, and further that this displacement was not regular and was not aligned. In other words, the facade was essentially undulating both vertically and horizontally. And you could see that a little bit actually in the exterior photograph on one of the previous pages, siding alongside the shoring that was installed to temporarily stabilize the front of the facades. And at that point, I'm going to turn this over to BKSK.
George Schieferdecker speaking for BKSK. I've got Harry Kendall on the line as well. And we'll be going through this fairly quickly. There are 2 historic buildings whose facades are the concerns of this amendment. And Wei, if you can just quickly point them out, the 9th Avenue building with the red roof and the dormers, and 14th Street building falling away in the rendering. The 9th Avenue building was faced in a stucco on lath that was nailed into the face brick, and the face brick on the 14th Street building was painted white. In both buildings, as Ted has pointed out, it was clear that the face brick was delaminating from the backup brick, and that the face brick would have to be entirely removed, stored, cleaned, and replaced. That was part of the original certificate of appropriateness and part of our earlier presentation and proposal. What had been assumed was that the backup brick wall, 2 wides thick in some instances, as Ted has mentioned, and a single wide in others, was intact and stable. And that was what proved to be incorrect. So the essential difference between what was originally proposed and what is now having to be done is that the backup brick wall will have to be built new. The outward appearance of what we are now proposing as an amendment to the original C of A will be no different from what was proposed originally. Okay, next slide, please. Again, as Ted mentioned, he was an integral part of this. When the order for demolition of the facade was issued by the DOB, we immediately resurveyed in greater detail and more carefully both facades. There was a point cloud laser digital surveying and WBMA doing hand measuring all through the facades on both sides. LPC staff made a number of visits as well. Measurements of the actual size of the bricks on both buildings, mortar joint sizes, etc., were inventoried, as well as condition of the detail elements like sills and lintels that had been concealed by some of the aluminum panning and the stuccoing that had been previously covering the facades. Next. So on the right, you have the original exterior wall construction as how we had proposed working with it. And on the left is the proposed reconstruction. Except for the addition of waterproofing and reinforcement, the reconstructed wall will be the will also be 3 withes of brick at a slightly increased overall depth from 12 inches to 14 and 3/8 inches. So essentially the same kind of construction replacing what was there previously, 3 withes of brick. Next. In our original proposal, we had a new structural steel tube frame supporting the buildings. That will continue to be in place and continues to be the structural method for supporting the finished project. Because of the nature and the actual disposition of the existing party wall remnants that will remain as part of the project, and the fact that they are in fact out of plumb, the clearances between those steel frames and the brick will have to change somewhat, and a little bit more of an allowance will have to be allowed for that steel frame to exist. But again, steel framing, party wall remnants, exactly the same as what was proposed originally. Next. On the right are the previously approved samples. We realized as we were all over the scaffolding for the prior to the demolition that the face brick was actually quite different with a much smoother face. So on the left, we have chosen a new brick selection that both works with the existing bricks finish and the existing brick size, which is anomalous. We will be reproducing the existing brick to the best we can, and we will be reproducing those joint sizes. It's likely that 50 to 60% of the existing facade brick will be able to be salvaged. Some of the existing brick behind the stucco on Lath on the 9th Avenue building was damaged. Blind headers were used throughout, as Ted has indicated, so that with the separation of the outer layer from the brick of the inner backup wall, whole rows of bricks were compromised on their back faces. So it's likely we're going to be mingling new brick with about 50 to 60% of the salvaged brick. We have tested the existing brick to review strength, absorption, compatibility with a new brick to match, and found that the reuse of the salvaged material is completely viable. Historic joint sizes will be utilized. I indicated that earlier. Next. Slight changes to the work are noted here. On the 14th Street side, the white paint was originally thought to, we were thinking we would remove that to a certain degree and leave substantial traces of it on the facade. And that was partially as a result of the commissioner's desire to distinguish the 9th Avenue building from the 14th Street building. What we found is that the better restoration would involve a more substantial removal of the white paint. LPC staff has been by to take a look at this and has agreed with our conclusions. So the sample on the lower left is what we intend to go with. Next. At the corner of the 9th Avenue buildings, when the stucco and lath was removed, there was signage underneath, painted signage. Our effort will not be to restore this signage. Aside from the fragility of significant portions of the painted brick, it clearly dates from an era after the period that most of the construction work has been approved to recall. And so it really, at the end of the day, no matter how interesting it is not really appropriate to the basic restoration goals. We do, however, bring it up now as it is a discovery that may have a place in a future filing, perhaps when a commercial tenant will seek to replicate some aspects of this appearance to make a distinctive presence at that corner. But for now, we are restoring it as we had previously indicated. Next. As part of our original proposal, we had referenced historic images of the buildings that seemed to indicate that when they were townhouses, there was a continuous balconette across the 9th Avenue buildings, and that the windows there were in fact French doors that extended down to that balconette surface. When the removals were completed, we did in fact find evidence of exactly that condition, where new brick, as is indicated on the left-hand side, was clearly placed in at a later date from the historic image underneath the window. So we are continuing essentially and showing confirmation of what we had previously proposed continuing to provide a balconette, lowered windows, and the shutters. Next. Additional discovery was at the windows. When we removed the aluminum paneling and stucco facing, there were some windows that had remnants of the original brick mold. It was a very simple mold as opposed to the slightly more complex profile we had indicated. So on the right is our approved proposal. On the left is what we're currently proposing, which we think is more historically accurate. Next. And finally, and we haven't completed this study quite yet, we had originally proposed shutters to be placed back on the building. The dimensions between the windows is less than the actual dimension of the window. So we assumed that the shutters had to be bifold. Very hard to tell from this particular image, but that is what we were proposed in the original proposal. It wasn't quite clear in our documentation, so we wanted to clarify that as part of this presentation. Next. So that's where we are. In conclusion, just to reiterate the point that we have tried to make throughout, with the exception of minor changes, which are the result of discoveries and conversations with LPC staff, the overall proposed amended facade wall design will remain the same as what was approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, so what I'd like to do is ask the committee, before Pam makes her statement, which I know what you're going to say, Pam, and David, before you make your presentation, I'd like to ask committee members if you have any sort of technical questions without getting into pros and cons of it, technical questions about the presentation itself. Was there anything in there that confused you that you want clarification on? No questions for clarification then. I'm assuming I have everybody on screen. Okay, great. All right, so you've now heard from the applicant. Pamela has a statement she would like to make. So Pam, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, I just want to preface this saying that this is just out of my own head. It is not a position that the Chelsea Land Use Committee takes, nor is it a position of any other organization that I represent in other parts of my life. Consider this. The Tavros Gansevoort project has been the instrument, knowingly or not, of the loss of a large piece of our heritage in Chelsea. I feel it only appropriate that we get something back in the way of an amenity, let's say a park, an open plaza at the northeast corner of 9th Avenue and 14th Street, a welcoming gateway to the Gansevoort Historic District. This is not a crazy idea. If the real estate pressures to develop the site into a big dollar cash cow had not existed, the 9 historic houses, and they've been referred to this evening as 2 houses, but there were 9 separate houses. The 9 historic houses would still be standing. Their rent-regulated tenants would still be in their homes. Their guts would not have been eviscerated. Their raftered, peaked roofs would have stayed. With little maintenance, with a little maintenance and a little extra love, their fabric would have held together just fine. Too late now. There's lots of blame to go around. The developers, the owners, the engineers, LPC, DOB, and yes, us, the community, for our failure to see it coming and do something. So now we must do something to see that this kind of abuse doesn't happen to every historic site we have left. What is proposed before us today is not historic preservation. It's non-historic duplication. It's a mock-up and a mockery of what was lost forever, copied down to the last detail based on computer imagery, but with no soul or heart, just incredibly accurate mimicry. Who do we think we are fooling? I personally am no longer interested in this kind of foolery, eye candy for the unwary tourist. Why not just be honest? We've failed to protect and preserve our treasures. Can we just commemorate the loss of with something that gives back to the community and to the world? a place to sit peacefully, enjoy the afternoon sun, and contemplate the future. And for those of us who remember the past. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. All right, David. So as I said to everybody, David has requested he present an alternative to his thought process, which falls in line with what Pam is talking about. So go ahead, David.
Okay, good. I'm going to share screen again, if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
And I'm going to have to get to the very start of my. Okay, can you?
No, you have not. It just says you've started, but you need to pull the images up.
Back in.
It's still not showing us anything.
Yeah, I'm getting a message saying.
Have we lost David?
No, he's still with us. He's on mute. Just David, if you're on mute, if you're trying to communicate with us.
Okay, I will try to go into screen share again. Do you folks see an image?
No, we see a file. You see a file folder. Click on an image so it opens it up.
I'll go back and forth one more
No,
time.
no. You need to open the images and then share screen.
Okay, and then share screen. Okay. Sorry about this. How about that one?
No, still nothing. There we go. Now we see an image. We see an image of a brick carriage house, something like that.
Okay. You know, some of us see little merit in replicating the lost row house facades. Some people would say, what's the difference? You're not going to be able to tell them apart. But, you know, people could also, you know, resent having been fooled by something that's not really authentic. This is a 1930s reconstruction of Virginia's 1705 Capitol building at Colonial Williamsburg. The great architectural critic, Ada Louise Huxtable, described Williamsburg in words that could very well apply to the Gansevoort Market project. She said, Williamsburg is an extraordinary, conscientious, and expensive exercise in historical play acting in which real treasures and modern copies are confused in everyone's mind. Partly because it is so well done, the end effect has been to devalue authenticity. Authentic is the real thing, and a reproduction, by definition, is not. A copy is still a copy, no matter how skilled or earnest its intentions. To equate a replica with the genuine artifact cheapens and renders meaningless its true age and provenance. To imply equal value is to deny the act of creation within its own time frame, to cancel out the generative forces of its cultural context. What is missing is the original mind, hand, material, and eye. The kindest thing you can say is that authentic reproduction is a genuine oxymoron. Pamela's idea, it suggests to me the possibility of a privately owned public space. And I'll go to the next slide here. This is a very well-known one, an outdoor one in Manhattan, sorry. It's Paley Park in Midtown. Sometimes publicly owned private spaces are outdoors like this. Sometimes they're indoors, like this other well-known one in the IBM building lobby in Midtown. A space like this at Gansevoort Market could be a natural extension of Chelsea Plaza across 9th Avenue. Whether interior or exterior, it could be part of a first floor plan reconfiguration that clarifies access to Tavros' tower, something a more heavily glazed street facade could assist. The lack of apparent connection between the tower and the street has always been a design concern. I'd like to raise the possibility that CB4 might support replacing the facades with modern construction if the project were to include a privately owned public space. A modern facade, let's say a primarily glass one, might be less expensive to build and could give Tabros higher rental income. This project by architects Mikado Silvetti is currently in construction. It will preserve the ruins of the 1769 home of Francis Lightfoot Lee, a signer of the Declaration of Independence. The house was designated a National Historic Landmark in 1971. The restoration will use a gridwork of glass and steel to rebuild portions of the home's missing gabled roof, walls, and floors. According to the architects, it is meant to engage the visitor without resorting to reconstruction or reenactments of past actions, and will allow visitors to fully understand the original house and reestablish its overall configuration from both the outside and the inside. The project seems to build on the 1976 design by Pritzker Prize-winning architect Robert Venturi that created ghost structures in the location and shape of Benjamin Franklin's house and print shop, demolished in 1812 at Independence Park in Philadelphia. The buildings could have been replicated as at Williamsburg, but that approach had already become discredited.
All right, David, we're going to ask you to wrap up soon, though, all right?
I'm wrapping up. This is a photo taken today at Gansevoort Market. It shows how much still stands, including sidewalls that define the historic pitch profile of the taller row houses on 14th Street. It's interesting to imagine them publicly visible through a glass envelope. I think the Landmarks Commission might be intrigued by an alternative, more imaginative approach to replication at Gansevoort Market. If others here see merit in the idea, we should let LPC know that we'd be open to it in return for creation of public use space or some other community benefit. I'd like to invite Tavros to consider what it stands to gain. Maybe we could all benefit.
Thank you, David. All right, so now I'd like to open it up for committee discussion. Keeping in mind that what we now have before us is an application to follow through on the rebuilding of the row houses and a recommendation that the committee take a position not to rebuild the row houses, but rather to come up with an alternative plan. So anybody have any thoughts on that to get us started? I'm not seeing any hands going up. Then I will make a recommendation that we approve the certificate of appropriateness to rebuild the facade as proposed by the applicant with some conditions. I have some technical aspects I want to discuss. Viren.
Right. I like the proposal. I mean, what I understand totally procedurally is something that I'm going to leave it to you, Paul, and Betty and Jesse to advise as to how we move forward. But there is a kind of compelling sort of case to be made, right? And the loss is real. It's something that we can hold LPC responsible for, or talk about developers could have done this and that and whatnot. They were owning these buildings for the last whatever number of years. They should have checked on the conditions of the buildings and the facades and all of that. But I think that's all water under the bridge. Here is where we are now. And moving forward, what is best for the community? We can't get what we've lost. We also want to make a statement to LPC that, listen, if you actually are willing to do this kind of, allow these kind of conditions to come about, here is what the community is going to say. Give us something back in return, or make sure that you don't create these conditions ever again. Now, to what degree, how much we can ask for and how much we get is a conversation between the developer team and the community board. So I like the proposal, and I think there might be a kind of compromise that could be achieved. But moving forward, it is something that procedurally needs to be very clearly stated in our recommendation. That this is a recommendation, this is the desire of the community, but as the sort of applicant has come forward with their application, this is where we stand.
Right. And I think, Viren, I think you're raising a very valid point that has been discussed many, many, many times with this committee, is that we often feel as if we're reactive to things. And at the December meeting, I specifically asked for the committee to think about recommendations on how to fix things going forward, right? And this is, when this application came forward, we didn't talk about creating a park here. We didn't talk about creating glass enclosure of the historic remnants. You know, we discussed the roof line, the canopy, the balconies, the chimney stacks, the window frames, the street framing. You know, we went through all of those components with this applicant. And now we're faced with a situation that they want to rebuild the facade, and they're asking us to approve the amendment to the certificate of appropriateness to rebuild the facade. And personally, I see it as, you know, we should focus in on rebuilding that facade. And the components there are a couple of technical issues I'd like to discuss about the rebuilding that were kind of glossed over in the presentation. Personally, I'm not in favor of creating remnants glass structures or parks. That's not my position on this. I would rather focus in on how do we get these row houses rebuilt. So even though there is description of them as Disney-like at the entrance to the Gansevoort Market Historic District, personally, I feel like having those row houses rebuilt would give a better sense of what the Gansevoort Historic District is like. So I think that, you know, I would like to just focus in on the rebuilding components and take the lesson we've learned from this site and have this committee push forward some language to strengthen LPC's powers to institute stabilization plans prior to demolition. We've learned a lot from this site. And I don't want to make it a statement for the rest of it, but I want to make it a reason for us to think about how we can do things to improve them going forward.
I hear you, Paul, and I'm with you quite the way. At the same time, we have this opportunity. Can we, I don't know exactly how to put it, but can we consider the potential of the counter proposal to some extent so that there's a compromise where something is achieved both for the community as well as for the developers? So just one quick thought. So privately owned public space is one of those components that can actually be entertained with some form of compromise. I'm not saying give me a whole park, or I'm not saying make the entire space public space, but a portion of it, whether we retain the facades or we do a completely different redesign. Sorry, go ahead. No, my position would be, this is an opportunity to sort of build those bridges and find something that makes both the community as well as the developers happy.
Well, I think that Viren will slightly disagree that this isn't necessarily the opportunity. The opportunity was when the application came forward at the first time. This application is simply an amendment to the certificate of appropriateness, and it's to rebuild the brick facade, right? So to create a private public space, POPs, or to redesign. I don't think we are in the position of offering a redesign. We're in a position of approving the rebuilding of the facade. So I feel like we've missed the opportunity, and I respect the opinions of David a lot and Pamela a lot on these historic preservation issues. And I think their concepts are very valid, but I think that we need to take those to a different kind of discussion point and be able to bring those forward on another issue. So you and I have talked a lot, and I'd like to get some other voices involved in this. So
just one last quick thing I want to add, Paul.
All right, you got to be quick.
I'm with you procedurally, and I understand exactly where you're coming from. The only thing I'm saying is that if we can entertain a motion that includes the recommendation while approving what the application is here for, that's the only request I'm making.
All right, let's get some other feedback from others and see what the thoughts are on that. Because I can see us using language to say we should consider some alternatives. I don't think it's going to fly with either the developer nor with LPC. So, you know, it's a political statement on our part. Jesse, I always give you free rein when your hand goes up. You clearly have something to add.
Yeah, and I tried very hard not to get involved, but I just want to be clear to clarify on something about this. In terms of what we just saw in terms of the alternative presentation, I think there's a design component that would fall under LPC, but a privately owned public space is an entirely different agency. It's an entirely different, it's a zoning thing. It's usually related very much to a bonus of some sort, that the applicant is doing a privately owned public space. They're using their private space, that they are not going to be, gaining rent from from some sort of tenant to allow, and they would usually get a higher FAR or height or something along those lines. So I just want to be aware of that when we're starting talking about these things. I think there's two components. I saw David's presentation as sort of almost separate as two components. There's this public access thing, which I will just say I think is not in Landmark's purview. That's not their responsibility, and then it's not their issue. But there is this idea of integrating this kind of not just rebuilding for the, back to the exact design shape, design of the original buildings, but something more modern and inclusive. So I will just say, from my perspective on how to proceed procedurally and how we would be directing something, it would be sort of a little bit of a, I think, unfortunately, a wasted effort if we said to LPC, turn this into a POPs, because it's just not connected to anything else land use related.
Thanks, Jesse. I'm also now going to defer to co-chair. She gets priority over the rest of you. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Betty. You're already unmuted.
Half the time I'm muted. I like what Paul said before. And however, sometimes we do make suggestions to developers, applicants, that there be some component of it that is a benefit to the community. In other words, there could be some space on the first floor that could be used by the community or by the public or something like that. In other words, it's not a POPs, but there would be some, and it wasn't in the original proposal, but it could be a recommendation for the applicant, for the owner, to put something in that would be a benefit. And maybe that could even be on the first floor of the tower. I do believe that we should go forward with the ask from which is that the reconstruction pursuant to amend the C of A for the reconstruction of the street facades of the row buildings. That is our ask from the applicant. I think we should go through that, but I think there's nothing wrong with us making some suggestion somewhere in this whole development. There'd be something for the community. That's the end.
Thanks, Betty. I'm gonna go Lowell, Bart, Marty. So Lowell.
Thanks, Paul. First of all, I just want to apologize to the committee. I had stepped away for a little while before, and I missed the vote on the last issue, so I apologize for that. On this one, I think there has been a distrust of everything that we've heard from the very beginning, from the time this started. And it seems to me like the developer is being upfront with us about what they want to do. I think it keeps the concept of a historic district, even if it's not a historic building anymore, if it's being rebuilt, if it's built in the right, in the style. I would support Paul's kind of half thrown out there motion to approve this with conditions.
Thank you, Bert.
Yeah, I came into this thinking that we were going to have a discussion about the brick going to be in the right place Is the joint's gonna be sturdy, and the joint's gonna be sturdy, the windows here, there. And then when I heard Pamela and I heard Dave, it like opened up my universe. And it took me away from the bricks and mortar, pardon the expression, to something wider. And yes, Jesse, something wider would entail necessarily zoning changes and, you know, gives and takes and pulls and tugs. And it's exciting. And we can characterize the reconstruction, the rebuilding, whatever you want, and whatever way you want to do it, editorializing or just being very clear and straightforward what this structure is. We know it's nothing to do with, it has something to do with the original, but very little physically to do with the original. It may be just as an image. And saying, well, we lost it. It's gone. What would be really exciting to have now? And exciting to have now that would get people walking around and coming into whatever retail they built would be, say, an open space that had not just an open space sitting around on a park bench and, you know, reading your paper or looking at your phone. That's what people do. They don't read papers. You're looking at the phone. Okay. There may be something else to look at, something, a remnant here or there. And not, I know it gets very complicated. And I know it's 10 o'clock at night. And I know we have a very specific piece in front of us, and it's part of the narrow process. And I'll take a deep breath. And I will go with the narrow process if we also simultaneously throw out this idea, you know, you don't necessarily have to do it. It doesn't make you a good guy or a bad guy if you don't do it and you come up with the alternative. It may be too late in the game. I don't know, but I don't want to throw it away.
Thank you, Marty.
Thank you. I appreciated the historical review that Dave gave. I always find his lessons very helpful. I am not an architect. I do not think I would want to see a mere outline of what was there. I appreciate the rebuilding, and I understand that it is not historical. So I think the builder needs to be clear about the reconstruction. There needs to be signage that it is a reconstruction and it isn't an original. There needs to be the historical statement made about that building. But I like the idea of reminding people what Gansevoort looked like. So I support the reconstruction, and I understand, because of David's education, I understand its limitations. That's my first point. The second is I appreciate the idea of asking the builder to, I don't care about how you do this technically. I understand Jesse's warning that agencies get in each other's way, but the community would like, I believe the community would like to have some benefit, an open park, access, something. And I think that's a very good idea to add into whatever letter we write. I appreciate the reconstruction. I think it's good for us to see what the community looked like, and I'd like a community benefit.
All right, thanks. So what I'm hearing is that there is enough support for the rebuilding, but that we need to, at a parallel, and this is what Bert just said, I think, is at a parallel track, make a recommendation that we get some, the community has a benefit that comes from this, that there is a public access space, there is a community facility, there is some component to this, which is outside of the purview of this current application, but it goes back to the kind of historical issues that we've had, both with this site and with many other sites, to be honest. This is not the first site. This is just the most of public sites and most controversial. So what I'd like to recommend we do is focus some energy on the application itself for the rebuilding. And then I'll ask David to draft a letter that talks about alternative proposals, alternative uses for historic sites, and that we can present that to LPC at the same time. But I think we need to really hone in on this application itself and whether or not, like how we address the rebuilding, so that we can move forward with this rebuilding, but recognize that the struggles we've had as a committee over the years with LPC. Does it sound like a fair solution? Is anybody, Viren?
Yeah, I'm with you on that, as you stated, but I think we should still include an ask for some community space.
With it, a community benefit of some sort of either public access or community facility?
Yes, or a public space, whatever. That's good.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how a public space like a POPs would fit. As Jesse points out, it's a different thing. It's rezoning public space in there, but public access or community facility, I could see fitting into the.
Paul, let me just clarify. POPs is a very technical term. If a developer is asking for a benefit in return, then the zoning kicks in. But if he's doing it voluntarily, it's a different story. It's been done. It's been done in Lower Manhattan. It's also been done in Midtown Manhattan.
No, I'm with you, Baron. I'm just saying that in the request would be for a public access area or community facility.
Yes.
But not park. Not
a park.
Not a park area.
Not necessarily a park area.
But I think we can include that in the letter that fits within the purview. But then having a separate kind of letter go to LPC outlining, tonight has been a very long and grueling process on LPC issues. We clearly have a lot of issues with LPC.
Yes.
And I kind of want to take those issues and sort of separate them out from this particular application, because, this is a very narrow and defined application. And so I'd like to just hone in on the narrowness of this application.
I agree with you. Thanks.
Bert?
Yeah, I just also, because there was originally 9 townhouses there, they don't have to reconstruct it. I mean, there may be an economic reason for however they figured it out and projected ahead, but they don't necessarily have to do all 9. They could do 7 and have some space left over. Or they can do 6 and have space left over. They can think it through. They don't have to do all 9.
Well, that's a very technical, nuanced question, though, because this application is for the reapplication of the facade. So the other row houses, those not being rebuilt would open up a different application through LPC, because that's already been approved to rebuild them, right? So this is strictly the facade construction. So I don't know how we can say rebuild 7 versus 9. I don't think that that's a possibility. And within that very narrow, we have a problem here is we have a very narrow application. But I would like to hone in a little bit on that, because there are some particulars of the application that I'd like to discuss that are more technical within that purview. David?
Yeah, my hand's been up since before you kind of changed direction there, but I just wanted to complete a couple of thoughts. You said that this was really just like a minor amendment to an application that we had approved before.
I did not say minor. It's an amendment. It's an amendment. Minor. It's not minor at all. I did not use the word minor.
Well, I think that the difference between a proposal to preserve historic buildings versus to replicate is actually quite a big difference, and it kind of, to me, opens the project up to more substantial comments. And I think that people maybe shouldn't get too caught up in specifics of some of the things that I presented or showed images of. This whole thing reminds me a little bit of a Prairie Home companion sketch I saw once about a Lake Wobegon couple who are on their way to a vacation destination neither one of them wants to go to because they each think it's what the other wants, and they're just too polite to have a conversation. And I don't know if Landmarks really wants to see these facades replicated, if that would be their first choice. I don't know if the community does. Some of us in the community don't want that. And it may just be a very expensive thing for Tavros to do. Maybe they'd like something different too. And I wouldn't just want the failure to open a conversation and momentum necessarily to lead us to an end that isn't the best for all of us now that we have an opportunity to rethink things.
Well, David, I will point out that you and Pamela have very often presented positions that I don't always agree with. And in this situation, I think rebuilding this facade makes the most sense. And I think that the developer, they can do it by shaking of heads, yes or no, would also agree that rebuilding these row houses makes the most sense. So let's not try to portray this as a woebegone days vacation trip. I think that there are varying opinions that are at play here. So I would like to ask us now, because it is 10 o'clock, if we can move forward with the discussion about the rebuilding and the technical aspects of that. And then David, I'm going to ask you to write a letter to the effect of alternative proposals to historic landmark sites that could be used in consideration in future applications. So let's look at this application and try
but not in this application.
I don't think in this application, I'm not getting the sense that there is a overwhelming support to changing this application for that purpose at this moment.
I mean, this isn't a situation that arises much.
Well, that is true, but the pattern of a developer coming in and doing demolition, declaring an emergency, and then demolishing buildings and rebuilding them is a consistent pattern that you have presented on a number of occasions. So this is, and we at our last meeting in December, we discussed methods to avoid this from happening in the future. So this is a large scale problem, but it is indicative of a consistent problem that we have witnessed, we have suffered through, and that we need to address. But I don't know that this site is now I don't think that at this time we have the opportunity to make those changes for this site.
Well, we're not talking about protection here. We're talking about a way to rebuild when something's already been lost.
Well,
and lost, you know, for whatever reasons, not by design.
So, but I'm not hearing, David, a lot of echoing of the desire to do an alternative rebuild. I'm hearing more about rebuild as we have discussed the very lengthy discussions about these row houses and the considerations we took into place. And I'm not seeing the developer shaking their head saying, yeah, we could look into this as an alternative. This makes some sense. This would bring some value. You presented it as it brings value to the applicant and the developer. They don't
potentially could. Okay, yeah. So in this case, it doesn't matter, but I don't see why we would even raise it with landmarks in that case. I think we have more urgent issues.
All right, if you don't want to do that, that's fine. I was going to ask you to do that because you had made this presentation. So Carrie, I think yours is a new hand. I'm going to call on you.
Just to complicate things, I do support the idea of asking the developers for some kind of alternative community plan, you know, to make up for the fact that we have now lost 9+ historic sites, maybe at no fault of their own. In a nutshell, I would say I support what David is saying.
All right. Anybody else new want to add to this? I'm seeing Viren, Betty, and Pamela again. Viren?
No, I think I'm just going to make the same old point. I think some hybrid version of it is something that we should include in this approval as a recommendation. Not exactly a condition, but as a recommendation.
Peggy?
I would just add that, I mean, Dave and Pam, they did move me. And so, you know, just as a New Yorker, a longtime New Yorker who cares very much about preserving the history of our city. And so I understand that we have a motion in front of us that we need to consider, but at the same time, I mean, I wonder if before we were discussing drafting 2 letters. But if we could be explicit about, on how we're handling these letters, and that the letter that considers the application before us would note, that we are at the same time, potentially drafting a letter to the LPC suggesting other possible alternatives, be it some sort of park or whatever, an alternative reconstruction. So in essence, the letter would reference. But I understand our situation is shifting, but so that's it.
All right. Thank you, Peggy. I'm going to call on Mike Noble, and then there are members of the public that, I see, preservationists on the attendance list who want to speak to this. So I'd like to hear from the public as well, and then come back to formulate a motion of some sort. And again, I still haven't talked about my technical concerns about this. So, Mike.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I hear what everybody's saying. I just want to make sure that whatever language we use does not suggest for a moment that the developers here do not have an interest in preserving this as best they can as a historical site. That's all. I think, if I were them, I would have been surprised and upset by what I found. And, you got to give them the benefit of the doubt and suggest that in the language that they are doing the best that they can. All right.
Thank you, Mike. I appreciate that.
All right. Okay.
All right. So, Jesse, can you bring over Andrew and Zach? We've heard from them before on these applications, but hear from them again. And while we're doing that, Pam, you had your hand up. Did you want to make a quick comment before the others speak?
For Betty and Pam both.
Yeah, I see them. But I'm trying to give other people voices so Pam, why don't you have a quick statement?
I just want to say that I appreciate the fact that many of our committee members are willing to think outside the box and say so, and I'm grateful for that indication of flexibility, that we are able to consider things that are entirely outside the box. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Hector, I'm going to come back to you, and Betty, I'm going to come back to you after Andrew and Zach. So Andrew Berman from Village Historic Society.
Thanks. Village Preservation, and Anna Markham is also, I believe, has her hand up and is going to speak to some of the technical details. But just a couple of quick things. I don't want to relitigate the past, but since the applicant brought up these issues, I just want to quickly say, though the claim here is that there was a great concern about the safety of workers in the building, I personally, on multiple occasions, went to the buildings after this emergency stop work order was issued and found them open, and there were workers gathered in the building leisurely eating lunch. So I think we need to continue to question their premises about how this came about. And I also just want to say, we've never said that this was absolutely the fault of the developer or their work, but in a best case scenario, this was an absolute lack of due diligence on the part of the developer and on the part of the city to see what sort of conditions there were in the buildings before this work was approved. If you go to buy a house, you do an inspection to make sure you know that you're getting what you're being told you're getting, what sort of condition it is, what sort of problems there are. In an absolute best case scenario, that did not happen here. And so the current developer is in fact responsible for the conditions of the building. So
Andrew, I thought you weren't going to relitigate the past. Come on, let's move on.
I relitigated it a lot less than the applicant.
Will I have an opportunity to respond?
Yes, you will. I will call on.
I just want to make sure I have an opportunity.
Yes, you will have an opportunity. I'm going to get all the other voices heard.
Right. So turning to the application, the conversation has taken a lot of surprising twists here. And I would say, first of all, while the applicant may be coming to you with a very, very narrow application, as they say it, clearly what was approved by the Landmarks Preservation Commission many, many months ago is no longer the case. The approvals that were given were based on the premise of a certain amount of these 9 buildings being preserved and reused. That is no longer the case. So I would argue that it is well within the committee's rights to look at the entirety of the application, including whether or not this large office tower being built behind it is still appropriate given the lack of preservation taking place with the 9 buildings, the 9 landmark buildings that are in front of it. I would also just say that in terms of thinking about what could possibly be done here, while I understand the sort of the thinking or the spirit behind this notion of not wanting to, have a sort of fake recreation or creating a public space, as has been said many times, the Landmarks Preservation Commission doesn't have any authority over privately owned public space. They have no authority over use. They have no authority over public access. So from what I know, it's hard to imagine how the Landmarks Preservation Commission could build into approval requirements like that. I would also say, just think about the potentially troubling precedent that's being set by a developer destroying parts of the building or allowing parts of the building to be destroyed on their watch, and then being able to not recreate or replace or reconstruct or rebuild the historic building, but replace it with a glass one. For a lot of developers, that would be a wonderful alternative that they would gladly pursue. So I would just think carefully about that. I would also just in general encourage the committee to focus on how much is still able to be reconstructed with these buildings. As of right now, we're hearing that a certain number of the facade bricks are going to be salvaged. We've heard nothing about what's the basis upon which they've decided which bricks of the facade can be saved and reused and which can't. We're being told by the developer that there's no way that they can recreate the historic signage that was uncovered in the course of this work. I would question that, and I know Anna's going to speak to that in greater detail. So I think that there's a lot that can be done here in terms of what is required of the developer, as well as a lot that can be considered in terms of prior approvals that they were given and whether or not those prior approvals should still stand and are still appropriate given the very changed conditions on the site.
Thank you, Andrew. Zach?
Yeah, I was going to, would it make sense for Anna to speak next and then I can speak after her, or would you like me to speak now?
I had you next because you were next in the queue.
Okay. Yeah, I think it really needs to be recognized that what's happened at this site represents a catastrophic failure on the part of the developer and also on the part of LPC and on the part of the Department of Buildings. And as people have been mentioning, this event is unfortunately not unique. I think this is perhaps the most extreme example, but I think in all of our neighborhoods, we know of multiple instances where lack of due diligence, lack of sufficient engineering investigation in advance of the application has led to similar really unfortunate occurrences. And I would urge the committee, I beg the committee to use this as an opportunity to try and really make sure that this doesn't happen again. And I think the way to do that is to don't engage in business as usual. This is not just another routine application. It's not just another routine amendment. I think that whatever is done, a marker needs to be set down that something happened that was unacceptable. And there has to be, I'm not sure if penalty is the right word, but there has to be an understanding that something must be done to really make sure that it doesn't happen again. I was intrigued by Pamela's idea, and I was intrigued by the idea, and I apologize, I don't remember the fellow's name, Viren. I understand that a privately owned public space may not be within the purview of LPC because it's something that's done by the City Planning Commission, but LPC does have purview over what's built. And perhaps the idea of leaving part of this site blank to commemorate what has been lost is the appropriate way to go. It does impose it imposes a penalty on the parties. It's something that LPC, I believe, would be capable of because you're not mandating a public space. You're saying that nothing's going to be built on this spot. I would urge the committee to think about this. Find some way of saying, this is not routine. It's not business as usual. This can't happen again. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna? You're still muted, Anna.
So sorry about that. I could not find my mouse on the screen. Hi, my name is Anna Markham. I'm the Director of Research and Preservation at Village Preservation. The bulk of my commentary and concerns come into play really with some of the specifics of the application. Would it be okay if I asked a few questions of the applicant?
Why don't you point them to me and we'll see.
Okay. So primarily, one of the things that we're particularly curious about are what is the criteria that the experts at the site and the developer are using to determine the salvageability of the brick? Because the brick as it was used in the facade initially is not, like there's no real structural purpose for the brick on the facade going forward. It's essentially a veneer of the historic salvaged brick. So what we're curious about is exactly what determines a brick salvageable in that context. And sort of piggybacking off of that, we were actually quite delighted to see that you found the painted sign underneath all of the stucco. And especially since the bricks have been so heavily documented in your process, we do think that there is a benefit to attempting to preserve at least a remnant of that sign and kind of like the style of a ghost sign, if you will. I know that the argument was made that that is not the period of significance that you are restoring the building to, but part of what makes these 9 townhouses so irreplaceable are the centuries and decades of varying uses and inhabitants in that building. Being able to preserve just an ounce of that in the reuse of the historic brick on the facade would be amazing. So with the documentation that you've done on the historic brick facade, are any of the 50 to 60% salvageable bricks? Does that incorporate the painted sign, and could that be reconstructed? That is, the bulk of the questions that I have around the brick facade. Also, when we were looking through the application prior to the meeting, we noticed that there isn't a specific material sample for the wrought iron railing around the balconette. And in that situation, I know this is a very particular comment. It's one of those things where if the wrong type of wrought iron railing were chosen, you could go from looking historically appropriate to essentially looking like a Disney World recreation of a building in this area. So I think that if you do end up proceeding with the application in that manner, you should include a more detailed image of the wrought iron. So those are really the bulk of our questions there.
Great. Thanks, Anna. And thank you for raising those questions, because those are more in line with what questions I have. Mm-hmm. So I don't see anybody else from the public who has raised their hand to speak. So I'm going to come back to committee. I'm going to go to Hector and then Betty, and then I'm going to go to the applicant with us. I'm going to ask my questions, then we're going to have the applicant respond. So Betty, oh no, let's do Hector first, then Betty, because we haven't heard from Hector yet.
Thanks, Paul. Yeah, I remember when this was first presented to us quite a while back, and I was a little alarmed at the scope of it, and I'm a little happy that we were able to get them, at least the developers, to modify it. But it was with the understanding that most of the facade would be preserved. And obviously that didn't work out. So I'm very disappointed along with everybody else about how this has progressed. And yeah, this is definitely a wake-up call to moving forward. We need to be, I guess, not so easy with some of these choices we've made in the past. I'm not finger pointing at anybody, obviously, because I was on the, when voting for this as well. It could have been handled a lot better. I think developers need to be held to a higher standard when they mess around with historic sites like this. It almost borders on criminal sometimes, the way some of these go, unfortunately. Not to say that these folks are guilty of that, but it could have been handled a lot more professionally and a lot better in the long run. I mean, honestly, in this day and age with the technology that's available for us in building and restorations, I would think they would have caught these issues a lot sooner. And I'm not an architect. I'm not saying, I'm not going to tell anybody their business, but I would think that this could have been handled a lot more efficiently, and a larger restoration could have been accomplished here. And it's a missed opportunity, like a lot of people have already voiced here. So I'm a little disappointed, very disappointed. And honestly, just moving forward, I agree with everybody else. We need to be more on top of this when it comes to these preservations, because honestly, they need to be able to give back to the community a lot more than we've been getting as of late. So anyway, that's all I need to say. And hopefully we can do some, make something out of all this. Thank you.
All right, Betty.
Yes, thank you. I was thinking that two ideas could come together. That
can you hold off on making a recommendation of what we're going to do next? Because
it's an issue. I just.
Oh, okay, all right. Because I haven't talked about my issues yet, and I want to hear from the developer.
I'm not making a vote. I'm not making a motion. I'm making an idea. Okay, that we're interested in some kind of community benefit and asking for that. It's not unusual for private applications that we ask for some kind of community benefit, for like when there's a developer for office space or residential space. That's not out of the question, even though LPC is not used to that topic. But I was thinking, I too have been very concerned about the signs and given that they have documented photographs of the signs, that why not have some space set aside in this project where the history, including photographs of the signs, the uses, there were like several different kinds of uses for the row houses, that there be something that recalls the history of this, especially the row houses, and that people could come and understand the history better. And then my other idea is that we have a lot of issues with LPC. I'm so fascinated what David and Pam were suggesting, that we have some separate effort, and maybe as we work together on the stabilization plans, opening up for new ideas for historic sites, not just always going full blast to renovate and replicate. And so anyway, I'd like us to look for the future on that, and maybe we could combine some community benefit with some, area where the history of these buildings can be preserved. Thank you.
Great idea, Betty. Thank you. My question that I want to ask the developer, and we'll give you the opportunity to speak and I'd like you to answer Anna's very direct and specific questions. But I also want to add to that list what your sourcing was for the replacement bricks, and how in line in character are they with the original historic bricks of the buildings. And the second thing is, you mentioned that you have between 50 to 60% of the bricks that have come down from the facade are salvageable. So following up on Anna's question about how you determined the salvageability of those bricks, I'd like to ask a question about the formula for replacing and reusing those bricks, where they would go. Could it be that the new bricks go behind shutters or under eaves or in less visible locations, so that the historic bricks resonate more of the full historic character of the building? So I don't know who on the development team wants to tackle all of these various issues that were presented, but would appreciate your thoughts on sort of a community benefit space as Betty just suggested, some sort of historic designation space. And then Anna's in mind technical questions about the bricks and the wrought iron. Who wants to go?
So I'm just gonna, what I would say is I was gonna turn to George and Ted to address the technical questions about the salvage process and, and address Anna's technical questions first, and then sort of see where we are after that.
Thank you.
So let me start on some of the issues that were raised, and then refer some of these to Ted, who is more familiar with the technical aspects of it. But wrought iron railing and its design was mentioned by Anna Markham. That was very much a part of the original C of A and remains a part of the C of A. The very careful detailing of that railing was done and discussed with staff at length. We looked hard at typical railings of the time and looked hard at what images we could see of the historic buildings. Where the new bricks go is a question that continues to be discussed among our team, because Paul, your points about locating it in areas where it's less visible make a lot of sense to us. I think some of the counter argument is, do you do that sort of dogmatically, or do you sort of mix percentages in behind? But certainly in behind the shutters would be a very good spot down below on the railings, and up around the cornices are things that we've been on discussion with LPC staff about as well. I think that Ted should answer. Ted has been diligently researching replacement brick, and I'll let him talk a little bit about that and as to what criteria we would apply to what can be reutilized as a salvage brick. Ted, you want to take it on that?
So for the salvage brick, basically, if the brick is sound and full, unless it was always a small piece of brick, such as along the window jambs, which there are many, then it's a candidate for reuse. There were two different kinds of sort of blind headers. The 14th Street, instead of a typical sort of diagonal clipped header, they actually notched the back of the face brick almost in half, and inserted sort of a stretcher brick from the back up. So those brick, because they're less than half a brick, are not candidates that we would consider reusing. And on the 9th Avenue brick, they did use the typical more diagonal blind headers, but so there again you have brick that are clipped, and in some cases, because of the clipping, also badly fractured or eroded. So we may be able to use parts of those bricks again for small sections like around window jambs, but that's where. And then there are some that are just been damaged over time, because there's our 180-year-old brick and pressed brick back in the 1840s. So there's not the consistency that we have today in manufactured brick. So all the brick, face brick, was taken down by hand, carefully removed, put on pallets, palletized, protected with rigid insulation, and moved off-site to protect it. And we're going to use absolutely every bit of individual brick that we can. The brick that we're looking at as matching, we're looking at several things. There's a Belden Croton brick, which is a standard manufactured brick that matches the size. And there's actually a photograph of that back in the presentation against the 14th Street brick, which was not only painted white, it was actually, there's a red coating underneath that predates that. So we're still in the process of completely cleaning, since the brick has been removed, cleaning the brick to get a better sample of the clean brick at both buildings. And it seems like the brick is basically the same at both buildings to match to. So we're also investigating salvage brick, but we haven't come up with a suitable candidate. And we want to make sure that whatever brick we use is certainly, matches the severe weathering characteristics of the original brick.
So there was one last question about the signage and what to do about it. We've had a lot of discussion about the signage for sure, because it's certainly a very intriguing feature of what was discovered at the buildings. Please keep in mind that the restoration that's been proposed and was originally approved included, for instance, the shutters over the whole facade. So the existing signage was at a date in the building's history post those shutters and never contemplated having those shutters in place. So the conflict would be between signage and shutters for sure, sort of depicting different eras on the building's facade. At the end of the day, I think the thought that we had was that, yes, maybe that commercial signage might reiterate itself in a proposal by a commercial tenant at a later date. And we might want to keep that as a marker and as a remembrance for something to happen in the future, but we are currently not proposing to restore it. Dub, did you want to answer the last question about a community space? I think that was the only other thing on my list here.
I think it
picking
was
history.
the community space, and then I think Betty's suggestion of some type of
homage to the
cataloging
history.
or homage or presentation somewhere within the redevelopment that sort of same way that you would maybe find like a plaque on the outside of a historic building that like describes its historic significance. So, I mean, I think I understood what she was asking for. First of all, I just want to thank everyone who has spoken this evening and presented different ideas for all the thoughtfulness and time that went into everyone's comments. Definitely given us a lot to think about, and we appreciate that. I can't really comment right now on the idea of a community or giving, finding something for the community here, because it's an idea that was presented in the last hour, and it's certainly not something that has been contemplated by ownership or by the design team. And I wouldn't want to we haven't really had a chance to think about that in a meaningful way, and I wouldn't want to just sort of throw an answer back out there without having an opportunity to do so. And I don't know, Paul, if there was anything else that you were looking for a response from ownership. Otherwise, I would again just say really appreciate everyone's time, all the committee members, all the members of the public who took time to share their thoughts and their sort of review of the technical aspects of the application. And we look forward to continuing the conversation with the community board and with the land use committee.
All right, so in thinking about putting together a motion, I'd first like to ask committee members if there was anything about sort of the technical aspects around the brick, around any of those sort of technical components that you felt answers were unsatisfactory, such that we need to include something in a letter about that. do we want to
Yeah,
make a?
Paul-
Do we want to
Yeah,
make
Paul,
a?
just real quick. Yeah, I would like to find out the process that they used to remove the bricks. And I know they went through it briefly here as how they ascertained the, which was bad, which, how did they get it down to 50, 60% of the amount of bricks that they were able to salvage? You know what I'm saying? What was the process? I mean, honestly, because we're just going by what they're telling us, but I'd like to find out, how did they evaluate this? And was it a third party that they used, or was it their own, within their team? Well, how was that evaluated? Who gave the final judgment and said, hey, this whole thing's got to come down. Let's get the approval for this to,
Well, I mean,
Over here.
the order was given by the Department of Buildings for the removal of the facades. Right, there was the city's engineers who determined that the facade was precariously unstable and presented a risk to the public and to the men working on site. So that's how the determination was made to remove the facades.
No, I think the question is who determined whether or not an individual brick was salvageable or not? How was that determination made, and who oversaw that process? When you started to dismantle the facade and you said you removed bricks hand by hand, inventoried them, who determined that brick was good or that brick was bad?
So I think Ted, Ted can speak to it specifically, but as Ted alluded, essentially if a brick was whole or if there was enough of the brick left to be reused, to be reused, it was set aside for reuse. Essentially, like, unless the brick crumbled in the hand of the technician who was by hand dismantling the facade, right? There were no tools used in there wasn't the need for tools to be used to take the facade apart because the mortar had essentially eroded, so you could hand remove each brick, which is what was done, and then the bricks were carefully lowered to the ground floor, laid out, inventoried, and if there was enough of a brick left to keep, it was set aside to be reused. I think one thing that wasn't mentioned earlier was that, and I think we saw in some of the pictures, there were bricks in the facade that were not historic bricks, right? Where the windows had been, originally some of the windows on the second floor had gone down had been lower, right? The bottom portions of those openings had been bricked up, not with historic material. So we couldn't, that made up a certain percentage of the facade. And then, at the, behind the cornice, the brick there was not historic material either. So there were areas of the facade that were not, where the brick material wasn't brick we could reuse as historically accurate material. But I hope I've answered this question.
Hector, does that give you satisfaction?
Yeah, I think I was leaning more toward the, when this whole started, at what point a determination that they couldn't stick to the original plan is, I guess, my question. But you know what? It's been a long night. Let's just get through this and,
All right.
it's a little frustrating. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the frustration level, Hector. And I share it. So I think we're at the point where we can talk about emotion. My thoughts are that we make a recommendation to approve the certificate of appropriateness amendment, calling for the rebuilding of the facade of these row houses as prescribed in the original certificate of appropriateness, that we request some sort of community space or public access area, a community facility or public access area, and particularly something that would pay homage and cataloging the notion of these historic row houses so that people from the public could appreciate the history of those. And that we would want to include some sort of paragraph, and I'd ask David for assistance on writing a paragraph about consideration of alternatives and if alternatives could be discussed at this time. Does that sound like a reasonable summary motion? If so, can someone make the motion?
So moved.
Lowell moved. Anybody else? Second, Bert? Viren, okay. Discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I will call for a vote on the motion as presented. So all in favor of the motion, please signify by raising your hand.
Aye.
Leave your hand up so I can do a quick count, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I got 13 yes. Anybody opposed? No opposed. Anybody abstaining? Any present not eligible? The motion passes unanimously.
Wait, just for clarity's sake, I'm sorry. Pam, what was your vote? Was that that was an aye? You're on mute.
Pam, you'll take yourself off mute. Pam, what was your vote?
Aye.
Okay, just for clarity, thank you. So that was unanimous.
Unanimous. Very good. All right. Just in summary for everybody, first of all, let me say to the development team, thank you again. You know that this is a very controversial issue for those of us in the community. It's we appreciate the efforts you're putting into preserving as best you can what you can, and your efforts to date, and your willingness to meet with us and discuss so many various options. To the committee, I'd like to repeat, sort of Pamela pointed out in her opening statement about the blame falls on a lot of people. The blame falls on us as well. And Pamela noted that, but I want to repeat that. We need to, as a committee, start to look at proactive ways to address our concerns with LPC. In December, we talked about a stabilization plan for historic buildings. We need to move forward with something like that. We need to talk about community benefits when an applicant comes forward and asks for changes to historic sites. We need to be more proactive than we have been and stop putting ourselves in this position of being reactive to these applications that come before LPC and how we take action on them. So I'd urge people to think about what they don't like about this process and think about ways that we can solve this process. So with that, I'd like to seek a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Excellent. 10:49. I said 11 o'clock. We're only 11 minutes away from 11.
Thanks for the 10 minutes. Thanks. Good night, everybody.
Everybody, thank you very much.
Very much
Good night,
appreciated.
thank you.
Right.